Let's go. Did I connect? Um, Good morning. Let me get the music going here. Let's go. I know, right, Kevin? I was listening to some other music. Good morning. Good morning. My Discord is not muted. To ATPC with a bit of a pop. Interesting. Yeah, no, I like QCNX. Obviously, I posted this a few times already in Discord, but I like this one off this bottom. Right, this was a good spot off that 22 cents. That was nice. Now you're approaching like the top of the range at 24, 25 ish. So there's gonna be a problem there. So be careful, especially going into the open. Just be careful. PHIO has been a really nice stock this morning, hasn't it? Like, look at that. Like, just nice and consistent. Um, so yeah, beautiful uptrend. I think the only issue with this one is that it's really, really slow. You know, it's not exactly a micro float. I think when you look at a stock that's like 10 million, I think, it's a small float, but it's not like really close to a million like we like, which is okay though. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Okay, what else do I need to do here? I need to sign into one more thing. One more thing. And then we should be good to go. Yeah, there's some random pops going into the open there. Uh, Good morning. Okay, there we go. And then we have that IPO today too. It's not up on a lot of platforms. I can't seem to, like it doesn't show up on a lot of places, which is annoying because we're gonna have issues pulling it up on TradingView at some point today. Because that thing has been listed for a long time now, so I don't know why they don't have it up. And then we have the split today as well, right? FGL. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens post split, and then we'll go from there. We will go from there. Yeah, so the IPO is JAGU. Okay, should be good to go. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, no, I like this one the most. Obviously, I think everybody does. And then QNCX, right? And then all the other ones. EVMN is okay too. This one's a bit more expensive though. It's been consolidating really nicely, but it's also in a downtrend right below supply zone. So that's going to be interesting. Is going on with ATPC? I have no idea. I saw that it showed up on the alert thing. I just don't see why it's popping though. So we're gonna have to take a look. Come back, things. Alrighty. Runs. Okay, there we go. ABP is trying to give us a bit of a curl here off the bottom, which is nice. I mean, like just retest the 200 EMA and then let's see what happens with it. This was good. This stock was really good last night. I think we had a lot of fun with this one, right? This was really, 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 really good. Yeah, really, really nice. And then this morning it popped a little bit and then stalled, right? The T-Rex. And then they sent it back to the abyss. So it kind of looks like it's consolidating up 240 for now, and then testing that 200 EMA. But yeah, we'll see what happens into the market open. Alrighty. Yeah. So there goes a 200 EMA test. So that level is going to be interesting. ABP. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yep. Hello. And then I want to make sure that we have this one pulled up as well. FGL. The float's going to be super super low. I've seen a few numbers. I've seen quite a few numbers actually for this thing. So the whole idea, like when a stock splits, um, the whole idea is that like, well, at the very least, like my experience, what happens is the stock will usually sell off, right? So you do the split, the stock will usually sell off. So in this case, from $10, to 7, 6, 5, and then get a nice rocket, right? That's usually what happens. The difference with this one though is that the float is so low, like dangerously close to 100,000 shares. I've seen numbers close to 40,000, and I've seen numbers at 150,000. So again, it doesn't really make a difference to me whether the float is 200,000 or 50,000. It's the same, right? It's a micro float. Once you get below half a million like that, like it's just a halt machine, right? That would be the only positive here, right? Like the float is so low that if it starts moving, maybe that thing could cook really quickly, right? But usually when you do a split, you want to make sure that it sells up first and then consolidate. So yeah, I don't know, right? If you're gonna FOMO into this thing, you have to wait for that sell off, or it has to be pushing up. Like you can tell that it's gaining that attention already before you make a decision. Alrighty. If not, you just want to kind of sit back on your hands. Steve, what did Caitlin do now? What did she do? Unbelievable. We know, Steve. We know. Don't worry. Don't worry. There goes that QCNX is still looking really good. Obviously, you can see that next little supply zone up here, right above 24 cents. But again, I really like that bottom at 22. So that's been a really nice bounce. Perfect, perfect bounce. Okay, let's see. So now you're dealing with that resistance above 24. So let's see what happens there. Alrighty, be careful, especially with 10 minutes before the market opens. I would be cautious. Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Question for you guys going into the open. No, 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 no. I think we can all kind of tell, what our favorite names are at this point, right? I think PHIO is going to be at the top for a lot of you guys. This one's been excellent this morning with the trend up, right? Higher low, dip, curl, boom skis, dip and curl and boom skis, and a dip and a curl and a boom skis. So this has been really nice. QCNX has been good with the levels as well. This was really good in like earlier in the day, right? So really, really nice looking chart. and it looks like it wants to break out. I've seen a few comments that the float and this is too big. It doesn't matter. It's a penny stock, right? 50 million doesn't really mean anything when it's a penny stock, right? So it makes a huge difference when it's an expensive stock. In this case, it makes no difference to me. So this looks very good as well, and you can clearly tell like that thing is cooking, right? Cooking here. Look at it go. That thing said, forget about it. Forget about it. The actual high of the day on this one is closer to 26.20, right? So closer to this level up here. Um, so 20. We'll call it 26. Alrighty. So 26 cents is the actual pre-market high in this. But again, look at that beautiful double bottom, guys. Look at that. That's nice, isn't it? Look at that. How beautiful is that? How beautiful is that? And now we're going for the highs of the day. Beautiful, isn't it? So again, just be careful though. You're approaching this double top here into the open. People are gonna take some profits most likely around that area, or not. Hopefully not, but they will probably. But so that looks good. So we like that. We like this, and this one looks interesting to EVMN. It looks interesting. It's just a bit more expensive, but this thing will most likely do something. Holds immediately down or up at the open, and then we'll go from there. Question for you guys in the chat though: what's your favorite name going into the open? What is your favorite stock going into the open? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. I think a lot of you guys were saying PHIO already, which is fine. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Nothing else matters, Spikes. Spy. But then it's futures and silver, and nothing else matters. And for a lot of us, the other people, it's QCNX, PHIO, and yeah, for the most part, it's going to be these two names going into the open, right? This one's a bit more expensive. I still find it interesting though, right? They had some good phase two data, and the stock did really well, really really well. So let's see if it can continue after the market opens. Already, this to me looks like more of a retest. Um, right? So it looks like more of a retest of $30 ish to 28. So we'll see if it can consolidate and then go from there. PHIO is still looking okay, as much as we're kind of dipping here, it still looks fine to me. Alrighty, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then obviously we're testing this double top here for QCNX, right? Yeah, absolutely spikes. There goes the breakout. There goes the boomskis. I'm gonna move the circle to the right hand side here. There goes the boomskis, 27 cents. Right? So, like I said earlier, the float doesn't really matter on this thing. Why? Because it's a penny stock. It's like it means absolutely nothing, right? When your stock is 10, 20 cents, 30 cents, and the float is 50 million, it means nothing, nothing at all whatsoever, right? So the market's open in 5 minutes, and this thing is cooking right now, cooking, woof, cooking. Love it. QNCX. Okay. So a high of 27. I'm gonna have to zoom out at some point and look at the kind of look at the daily, see what that looks like for resistance. Alrighty, and then we'll go from there. Cool, cool, cool. But again, look at these. Look at this bottom, and we were spamming this chart in Discord this morning at that 22 bottom when it was curling up the bottom there, and then it came back down again. So it initially bounced on this side, and then came back for a second retest of that bottom, and then curled again. Right. So that was really really good. So this isn't a brand new stock to most of you this morning. So I like it. Today feels like a better day than like yesterday morning, doesn't it? It does, huh? I think so. Let's keep it cooking. Let's keep it cooking. Let's keep it cooking. Not a lot of truth. Uh, okay. Again, just be careful going into the open. I wouldn't be FOMOing into anything now if you're not in something already. In terms of support for PHIO Occasion, which is what you're asking for, closer to $1.30 is what I'd be looking for if it wants to really dip at the open. Alrighty, so the closer you can get to $1.30, that would be your first level to watch. Alrighty, so let's see if that thing can dip skis into that range. QCNX is like, hey, QNCX. I keep calling it, yeah. Good morning. Is UOKA good stock now to buy? Hell no. Well, I mean, if you've done the research, maybe. To me, it's not. It might bounce when they do decide to close the offering, but they've done an offering, which is why we don't like playing these names and holding them overnight. Yeah. When you're me, every day is great. Dan? Yes. Yes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. T, not mad at all. That's a pretty good scalp, right? Nothing crazy. No, it really isn't though. You know what I mean? Like it really isn't. Is anybody taking a gamble on FGL or we're all just waiting for to see what happens at the open here? Anybody? So again, we're gonna keep a really close eye on FGL. Obviously, the float is gonna be micro, 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 right? So we're gonna wait to see if some volume kicks in for this thing. If it starts moving, the halts most likely will be quick, but we'll keep an eye on that. And yeah, ABP is still struggling with that 200 EMA if you're holding or watching this. So it needs to break above 260, 262-ish and close above. Alrighty. PHIO again, watch for closer to that $2, $1.30 area. And then obviously we're going to need to break the downtrend. But again, this is one of the favorite names going into the open, obviously. And then obviously QNCX. Alrighty. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, that 200 EMA, Jason. It was a nice bottom. Like it was a nice curl up the demand zone. But then now, just like the last time it bounced, you can see that failed at the 200 EMA. So this level, this is the third time actually. So that 200 EMA is going to be important. It is kind of trending up now, which is better, right? So if you can break above that 200 EMA, then that's a good start. DP, you do? Okay. Yeah, let's see. Uh, okay. So here comes the open. Here comes the open. And this is still looking beautiful, isn't it? Right? Again, just be careful though, because we're at the open. We are at the open, and PHIO is slowly getting close to that $1.30 level, which I don't mind. Alrighty, so let's see if we can dip and consolidate. Cool, cool. And then this one is just holding up here like it's halted. It's just stuck at 28 cents like it's halted, but it shouldn't be halted. Maybe now though that float is playing a part in it because now the market's opened, right? So again, like I wouldn't be foaming into this thing at the highs of the day at the open anyways. So just be careful. ABP is the candles on this thing. Look at that nasty candle on the way down and then all the way back up, Jason. But you're basically still sitting around the 200 EMA though, right? And it got rejected again. So that's a nasty rejection there. Nasty, nasty, nasty rejection. Sheesh. But watch if you're watching this, that you have a bit of support right above 240. So I mean, it's bouncing aggressively already, anyways, right? So you have some good support in this area, and you're back to testing the 200 EMA again. So there's some nice volatility on that. FGL is going to need volume, right? Like this thing will not just randomly move, right? It's going to need some volume. And if the volume does come in on this, then it could get really, 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 really chaotic. For now, QNCX. more of a retest of support, by the way. SMX just sent out an alert. It looks like it's pushing back up again. So again, this is a retest of the last breakout here, 26 cents. So retest and then pop. Yeah, SMX with a nice little alert there. I had an alert for a break of 1550 and it looks like it broke above that level. Doo, 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 doo. ABP is still just stuck at that 200 EMA there, so it does need to break above that level. FGL $10.80, right? So it's 14,000 shares, and like it's nothing, but you can kind of tell that there's some interest in this, right? So which is why we're keeping a close eye on this with that super low float now. There goes QNCX. Look at that beauty, guys. Look at this beauty. Look at this beauty. Again, does the float matter? The float doesn't mean a damn thing, does it? No, it doesn't, right? So let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Love it. So again, 32 cents. That was a beautiful retest, actually. Not the type of retest you want to see, but it's a nice retest, right? And very common level of resistance at 33 cents. And we see a lot of penny stocks fail at 33 cents for some reason. So that's a really nice push. SMX is breaking $16 as well. So that looks nice. Uh, okay. Let's see. One sec, I just needed to manage that. Okay. We still slowly dipping here? Yeah, so it looks like PHIO is still slowly dipping. And there goes FGL. FGL is popping there nicely. Well, I mean, like again, it's halted up, right? Did anybody FOMO into FGL? Anybody FOMO into FGL? I know some of you guys did, right? So, like we said, we want to keep a really close eye on this thing. Usually, we see these names sell off, right? The difference with this one is that it's such a small float, and there's so much attention on it already that like you don't want to look away from it, you know? So, congratulations if you did because it's halted up now. Question now is, does the volume kick in and does that thing start to fly, right? So, this looks good. QNCX looks very good. It's going for that 33 cents now, right? So which is the first resistance we talked about, and then 35 cents after that. So this is a cooking morning, isn't it? Yeah, bar explodes. Peter, you need Jesus. You need Jesus. um, type yes in the chat if you're holding QNCX. So again, be mindful that you have resistance at 33 cents already. So 33 cents is your first resistance. Make sure you're moving those levels up. Like I said earlier, I think, for EVMN, this is more of a retest between like that 30 and 28 level, just because if you look left, right? So if you look left, you can kind of see this level here. So that's more of a retest. That line is at $30 because $30 is just a nice level. But if you actually look for the breakout is somewhere around this price, which kind of connects with that, right? And it's bouncing off that level. So EVMN is bouncing nicely. So to me, this still looks promising. As long as all the other ones don't steal away the vibes, then yeah, maybe. Alrighty. So, anyways, we're failing at 33 cents. Is that a surprise? No, it really isn't a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise, right? Like I said, be mindful that your first resistance is going to be this level here. A lot of people sell around 33 cents. So for now, what you want to see is maybe just a retest of the 9 EMA like we did last time and then go back up. That would be nice. Cool. It looks like PHIO is still dipping here, right? So again, watch. So let's see if we can kind of consolidate around this little area. If it can, then that's a good thing. Cool. Cool. Alrighty. 22 Keith. Well done. I like that. I like it. Uh, uh, okay. None whatsoever. I think when you see resistance levels like this, Keith, if you have a big position, you're most likely the best thing to do is to scale out. Alrighty. So when you see levels like that, the best thing to do is to scale out of that position, right? When you're hitting resistance, yeah, scale out. There you go, Raven, yeah, Raven stopped out. There you go, Raven. So Raven took some of the monies and said thank you very much again. So this one's still halted up. I really hope the volume can kick in on this thing. The only downside to this is you're going to see so many halts, though. There are going to be so many halts on this. Um, that's going to be the issue if it starts to fly, which it is what it is. We'll deal with it. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. This one's lost a lot of that juice, Rob. A lot of the juice. A lot of the juice. Super slow now, right? But it is kind of it's getting to that level that we like. Just super slow. Super slow. Super slow. SMX is again, like I said, there was an alert at 1550 which it hit, and like it's obviously flying, right? So that's been a really good push. A really good push. Yeah, and it's still pushing $18. The last time we played with this, we kind of struck. We failed at $20. Right, there was a line at $20. We hit it, we failed, and then it got slapped. So yeah, so that $20 level is going to be very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, there we go. Give us on halties. Hopefully these halts don't last 2 years. What's ABP doing? Jason, hopefully you sold this thing. Hopefully you're not still in this. I don't know if you were in it though. That 200 EMA. That 200 EMA was obviously an issue, right? So and it kind of looks like it wants to hold this other line close to 240. So hopefully it does. Yeah, it's halted up. Rated? Yeah, halted up. Uh, halted up. Like I said, for QNCX, that's more of a retest already. Let's see. Okay. Retest. Yeah, they're gonna make that a long halt, huh? Mm. They're gonna make it a long halt. Do, do, 17%. Hmm. To 60? Oh, damn, look at that pop. Jason, you were still in this, weren't you? You were still in that position, weren't you? Unbelievable. That is a really nice push. So there we go for PHIO. A little bouncy, bouncy here up that level we were looking for. Right, so there's an interesting block there. So let's see if that thing can. There goes the boom skis, guys. FGL is gone skis. 13. Again, I would be really skeptical with this. If you're not sure, don't take a massive position, please. Alrighty, like not kidding. If you're not sure, don't take a massive position because the volume is still really low and the spread is ridiculous. Alrighty, so again, if you're not sure, don't do anything too crazy here. Just because you're hoping that it goes, like so. Uh, and it's halted down. It is halted down. Already, it's halted down. So, like I said, be very careful, please. Be very, very careful, please. Okay. For PHIO again, we hit that level we wanted to hit. Right. I think the only downside to this is just the lack of volume now. So super slow. Right. The level was good. Question is, will the volume actually kick in? Alrighty. So a lot of these names are losing some juice now. For ABP, watch that 280 now. That's your next resistance there, Jason. Alrighty. Street, good morning. SMX, again, the closer you get to $20, the more resistance you're gonna have, obviously. Obviously. We need some boom skis, guys. Come on. PHIO, bring that juice from earlier this morning. I mean, to be fair though, PHIO was like a slow, steady climb, not really the boom skis. Yeah. Yeah, I think the more the more attention it gets, the more candles we get on this DP, the more consolidation, the more we can trust it, right? For now, this is just that initial excitement. Like people were excited for this because of the low float, and as soon as it halts, people are gonna get even more excited. So that's what that was initially. That's what that was initially. Okay. Nightmare. Yeah. Again, honestly, to me, like once a float is once a float is 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, half a million, it means nothing to me. Come on, PHIO. Where's the market maker, guys? Where's our boomski? Someone promised us a boomski. Come on now. Give us the boomskis. Yeah, it's kind of struggling with the chrono there, so it needs to break above. Give us the boomskis. At least test the downtrend. Slacker. We need someone to buy the float, you know? The float in this one is a little bit more. Let's go, Eric. Let's go. Good to see you, Eric. How are you? My goodness. How are you? How's the hospital? Want me to buy it all? Yes, Kidlin. Buy the whole float. And then so then we own the float. For QNCX, the closer we get to that 50 EMA, watch that 50 EMA. So anything, from 2027 to 26 there, you should have a bit of support, right? This has been a good run though. Really, really good run, right? Again, we talked about this thing you guys talked about it early this morning, but again, we really talked about that 22 support, right? And then boom skis. So that was a really nice run. If you took gains, congratulations. If you haven't taken gains, move your stop loss up, please. Alrighty, so to me, this is more of a retest, right? PHIO is really, really slow. Like the level is good, the volume isn't quite coming through yet, so hopefully it does at some point. FGL again, micro float. So if this thing at some point like breaks above that 1330 again, it's gonna bring chaos with it. So for now, that level is gonna be important, or simply just retesting around $10 and holding might be okay too. Alrighty. So we have quite a few names to keep an eye on, and obviously ABP finally got back above the 200 EMA and the VWAP, so that's good too. So if this is something you're holding, it looks good. SMX is another one, so there are quite a few names. As always, Eric. Yeah, no, it's good to see you though. Your wife is gone. Okay, then. Raven's wife is gone. That means PHIO is gonna cook whenever the wife is gone. Yeah, come on, make it happen. Buy the float. You and Caitlin. Uh, Yeah, as long as you're okay with that, Greg, right? As long as you're okay with that. If honestly, if you if you want to move it a little bit higher too, that's fine, right? So if you want to move it higher too, that's fine, right? Keep it very tight. I almost would do that. Yeah. So we do have an IPO today. Obviously, it's on the title there. So these guys IPO today. They should come out before 1 p.m. because it's a smaller IPO. The $4 IPOs usually come out sooner, anyways. Um, we'll talk about this a little bit closer to to lunchtime because that's when it should go live, anyways. Alrighty, so we'll talk about this a little bit more later on. The only reason we're looking at this is because there's a little bit of hype and it's a cheaper IPO, right? There's a little bit of hype. IPOs really haven't done anything impressive lately. Like they've been complete garbage. So there isn't, other than the fact that there's a bit of hype, um, there really isn't a whole lot else to this. And it's a Canadian company. you know. Anyways, this is Rob's. Rob, this is you. This is your area. Yeah, this is you guys. You guys like those uranium, uranium stock. So yeah, I say Canadian, but the other countries that they do projects in. Alrighty. Anyways. Yeah, they don't seem to make a lot of, like I said, there's not a whole lot of, like, there really isn't much to be excited about, honestly, right? Like if you look at the revenue, it's like, oh, they make no money, right? The market cap is that, but they make no monies, right? And they lose monies actually. So this is why IPOs usually go live anyways, because they need monies and they're trying to capitalize on something. Again, other IPOs haven't been good, and there's nothing special about this one. Alrighty, so we're not gonna be sitting here and like excited like, oh my goodness, but no, none of that. Yeah, exactly, Rob. Like there's nothing to be excited about this other than the fact that here we go, guys, here we go, here we go, here we go. We're finally pushing. Yeah, you know why? Cause the wife isn't home. Cause the wife isn't home. So there we go. A nice little push. There's gonna be a little bit of resistance as we approach that downtrend line at like 137 ish, 138. So just be mindful there. Alrighty. So there we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That thing said, forget that. Forget that. Here we go. I want cookies. Come on now, Brett. Told you, when Raven's wife isn't home, and Caitlin is buying the float, what more do we need? We just need boom skis. Just boom skis, guys. Look at that. Here comes $1.40. Boom skis. Boom skis. Come on now. Give us more, please. Give us more. We're approaching the view app here, though, so be careful. So actually, no, that's a little break of structure level. I think I need to change the color. I need to change the color to some of these things because they get a little bit confusing. A little bit confusing. They get a little confusing. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of resistance there, just a little bit. Good job, yeah. Good job, Greg. Good job. If you took that signal in Discord, type yes in the chat. If you took the signal, type yes in the chat. Okay, so again, just be mindful that you're gonna have resistance here because you're testing like a little mini double tops, a little mini double top there. Yeah. Alrighty. So again, like 142 there. Careful. Alrighty. Again, that was a good level, right? And I've mentioned this before. We always want to understand why we're doing what we're doing, right? So again, this was your signal, right? So yeah, alrighty. So and again, if you're wondering why we're doing, it's because again we have a double bottom in that range. We have a demand zone in that range. We have the VWAP in that range. We have the 200 EMA in that range, right? So we're combining things that should lead us to success. And if it doesn't, it doesn't, right? It is what it is, right? So again, the low of the day was on the upper side of that range, but that's okay too. So let's see if we can break out and just go go go. So just make sure you're moving those stop losses higher. Alrighty. So again, if you're not in Discord, guys, you're missing out on the monies. Today's been Rob was cooking with the fam earlier, and now the cooking continues. So again, if you're not a member, you're missing out. Anyway, so again, you can tell that we still have a bit of resistance there, right? So I say 142. Honestly, we could just use 145. That's good. That's where that initial resistance was. Cool. FGL, like I said, be careful with this one because I don't think we quite have that, clear direction yet, right? How do you join Discord? Click that link at the bottom there from Nightbot. Don't sign up for the level that says sold out. Alrighty. So this is halted down. Like I said, be careful with this. The volume isn't quite where we need it to be to say, hey, like this thing is cooking now. Right? So just be cautious there. So yeah, we need a breakout here though, PHIO. We need boom skis. Come on, Raven. This is all you could do. Where's Caitlin? Where are you? Come on. End of your progress. If you sign up for the level that says sold out, I will roast you. Uh, I will roast the rubbish out of you. Good job, Greg. That was good, right? That was good. And you could see why it was okay for you to move that stop loss up as well, right? You can, right? So good job in that. Good job, Jericho. Well done. So again, we need some higher lows on this. QNCX is still just dipping here, so there really isn't a whole lot of consolidation going on. So we do need to consolidate on this thing. Alrighty, so let's see if this. If you look to the left hand side, you can see this initial level was the problem, right? So we're potentially retesting it. So if we can consolidate here, that would be good. And then go from there. EVMN, you're now testing the 200 EMA at $26. So let's see if it stays above that level. SMX is also dipping here to retest the 50 EMA. So let's see if it stays above that level. Alrighty. So looks like we had some nice pops, and then we're getting the open retracements now. Mm, 44. Alrighty. ABP came all the way back down. So massive red zones. Right. Yeah. So massive red zones, and then all the way back down to retesting the 240 area. Cool. So there's only legends. The three other levels, right? You could do the legend or the legend pro. Cool. So a lot of weakness there, and then we just want to see some higher lows on PHIO here. This thing needs a bit more volume. So some higher lows would be good, and then we could go from there. Okay. Let's see. Enough to get 1% again. Let's go. All you need, Jason. Congratulations. Love it. Love it. Well done. So we're slowly climbing back to that $1.40 here for PHIO. See if we can reclaim it. And then right. So we just want to see those higher lows and then a breakout. A breakout would be really good actually on this. Really good. Right? It would bring a little bit of confidence in this. But let's see if it happens. FGL is unhalted now, and it's still in a bit of a weird spot. Still in a bit of a weird spot. Let's go, Raven. Let's go. Where's Rob? Rob, eat the float. It does, Regan. It does. It does. Oh, oh, come on now. Can we just break out? There we go. There we go. Come on. Give us the breakout. 142. Going once, going twice, and sold to Peter. Come on. Give us the breakout. Break the wall. Break the wall. Oh, for FGL, FGL is bouncing. Yeah, $10.18. That thing has such a low float where like it's gonna fluctuate like that DP. So, yep. This level is kind of annoying, isn't it? For PHIO. Where's the market maker? Come on, Mr. Market Maker, make it happen. The market maker is slacking this morning. So PHIO is halted up now. So again, dipped to $9 and then back to $10 and halted, right? So we'll see what happens. The volume is still so low. It's ridiculous. Such low volume. Yeah, JZXN looks okay. China. Yeah, this one's just again just selling off. Just dips. JZXN. Some nice pops there on this one. I think someone was asking for SMX somewhere. Yeah, so still that 50 EMA, nothing's changed, right? Nothing's changed. So and then here we're back to watching this one want to break out. Come on, break the wall. Where's Mr. Market Maker? Come on. Come on, Mr. Market Maker, break the wall. Um, by the way, we won't have a stream on Thursday morning, guys. We won't have a stream on Thursday, but we'll be in Discord though. We won't have a stream on Thursday morning. Why? Because someone has an appointment. You know, of all the times it could be made, 8 o'clock in the morning. So 30 minutes after the open. So we're gonna be in Discord. Yeah, we'll be in Discord. No, slacker. So yeah, no stream Thursday morning, and then we'll be back on Friday. I know, Frankie. I know. Trust me. I know. I wish I could pick a different time. I know. Trust me. Especially since it's a long weekend too. So, um, yeah, I know. But we will be in Discord. Where's your dedication? We're gonna be in Discord all day, all day, all day. I just don't want to show up, for 30 minutes and then leave. It just makes no sense. So we will be in Discord though, right? And then I'll go from there to a different day. Canadian appointments, Peter. 2 years later, you're waiting for a reschedule. So you can clearly tell though, guys, that we have a big problem here at 145 ish, right? So this level is clearly a problem. It was a problem earlier this morning, so it does need to break above it if it wants to cook. SMX has done a good job bouncing off that 50 EMA. Right? So the orange line, the yellow orange line, that's your 50 EMA. And then let's see what happens as you approach 1750. Jay. Uh, yes, yes. Uh, okay, there we go. Okay. Alrighty, sounds good. CCH is just slowly coming back too. CCHH. This one just no hold at all. Jason, glad you're done with this thing though. Good job. And obviously this one's still halted up. PHIO again. You can see the problem, guys, right? So, um, yeah. So CCHH with a bit of a comeback. Let's go, Josh. We got shots before we go to Vegas. Yeah. Come on now, Josh is here, so that means PHIO is gonna cook now, isn't it? How hard is it for like one of these names to just break out, guys? How hard is it to get a breakout around here? Huh? Unbelievable. Spikes, what is going on here? What is going on here? Uh, Interesting. Okay. The smoothies were a distraction. Your calls of fire? Yes, I like it. I like it. Just give us 7,700 for SPY. We're not really asking for too much. Just give it to us. So again, SMX is doing a good job with that 50 EMA bounce. It needs to break that downtrend and then we can have some fireworks. As annoying as this morning seems, now it's been a pretty good morning, especially in pre-market and at the open. So still a good day. Why you said it's going to be a long weekend? Monday is a holiday. The market is closed on Monday, guys. The market is closed on Monday. Seems like a lot to ask for SPY. Yes, 700. Yeah, 700. Yeah. So the market is closed on Monday. It's President's Day, so it's a long weekend. You did, Jason? Yeah. Do. This one's still stalling too. Yeah, a lot of these names are just kind of stalling now. A lot of them. This one's trying to curl up the bottom, but it's shown a lot of weakness. A lot of weakness. A lot of weakness. And then yep. Blaze doesn't feed them. Yeah, Josh. Yeah, they can be very slow, huh? Come on, PHIO, give us that curl, give us that push into the supply zone there. Come on. KUST is doing okay. Doing okay with a bit of a rebound. In at 234, Gabrielle. Okay, that's not a bad entry. It's definitely better than getting in at 260, 270, 250. So yeah, that's not bad. As long as it stays above 226, it should be okay. Right? So yeah, it should be okay on that. Have a stop loss. Yes, yes. That's been a. It feels like a longer halt on this one, doesn't it? Kind of doesn't help the cause of the boomskis. So maybe you do. There goes the on halt now. The spread to me is so silly too. But again, it should be expected when the volume is that low already. So yeah, you've been scalping that HURA. Good job. Good jobs. Alrighty. Good jobs. And there goes a bit of a pop again on JZXN. HURA. Yeah, it's nice little push. Nothing crazy, but a good push. So it looks like PHIO couldn't break out, but again, we knew this was resistance. Everybody knew this was resistance, right? Resistance, and the longer we stall, the more annoying it gets. And now we dip back to the same bottom. So the question is, do we bounce off the same bottom? And the answer is, it looks like it for now, right? So we're back to that bottom that we were getting in at initially, right? And it looks like it's bouncing again. So let's see if we can. The second time maybe is the charm, but yeah, it has to stay above that bottom. Right, has to. Vitos. Good morning, Virus. So JZXN is popping to the highs of the day here. uh, yeah. Perfect, 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 perfect. Okay. Uh, we really need these charts to really just consolidate and give us some proper levels. Some proper levels. Yeah, as excited as we are for FGL, it might take some time. Then they usually do, right? IPOs, not IPOs. These low float splits usually take time before they cook. Um, and sometimes the people that are willing to wait for the dip and take a risk, and then the company drops news, because that's usually what happens, right? The stock crashes, they drop news, it pumps, they drop an offering, and then it crashes back down. Right? But yeah, so this one's definitely going to be something we keep paying attention to. But it always works better when the company actually drops a catalyst, right? So the best thing to do with splits, the general rule is let it crash, right? You look for the level that it's consolidating at, or you look for the breakout because it confirms the momentum, right? So one of the two. Um, if this was a regular split, which we wouldn't be paying attention to it anyways until a few days after, I think we started counting the days like, okay, this one ran 3 days after the split. Okay, this one ran a week after the split. This one ran, so usually the few days, I think the difference to this though is that like the float was so low that we had to pay attention to it now, right? Yeah, and then yeah, today's gonna be a big day for virus. Robinhood reporting earnings. Big day. That thing better pump. The markets are green for now, so hopefully they stay green, because if they do virus, right, it should do well. Because we know well that like earnings have very little to do, especially when a company is, sometimes when these companies are so big, like it has more to do with how the market feels than more to do with what the company actually does, right? So when you start to look at companies like AMD beating earnings and going down, and Google beating and going down, it has more to do with the markets were crashing at that time rather than the companies actually sucking at earnings. QNCY stop loss at 24. Dragon. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think that's a good stop loss below the VWAP, below the 200 EMA, below the demand zone. I think, yeah, below the uptrend. So yeah, that's a good stop loss. Yeah, virus. Yeah. So it's trying to curl, and it's trying to curl up a good level too, isn't it? Right. So again, VWAP double bottom, demand zone, 200 EMA, not a bad spot. Alrighty. PHIO was so nice. That thing was so close to a breakout. The volume just doesn't come in, which is annoying, which is really, really annoying. But at least there was a scalpy there. So we'll take the scalps. SMX is still looking good, holding that demand zone and the 50 EMA. So that still looks fine. You can tell we have so many of these names, and eventually one of these names will pop, you know? So hopefully. You're welcome, Dragon. You're welcome. This one's still looking good, isn't it? JZXN. Okay. Uh oh, concerned citizen go. Yeah. Give us the boomskis. Doo, doo. AXP and the NBA announced a multi-year renewal of. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, you guys like the new algo update? Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's good. Yep. So again, PHIO looks fine. Even if you double dipped, off the same bottom there, that's fine. You're still green on that position. So the level is nice, right? The spot is nice. Question is, will it actually get the volume that it needs to go boom skis, right? That's the question. SMX is slowly creeping up here. Slowly. And then FGL, I mean, the volume is 70,000 now, but spread is still crazy. 50 cent, almost a 50 cent spread there on that thing. Yeah, that's such a dangerous thing to yeah. You did pizza? Let's go! Finally, let's go. Good. Hey, about time you won something. Who did you cook pizza? Let's go. Very nice. I like it. That's for Vegas pizza. Yeah, it's funny you say that. Vegas monies. Yeah. Let's go. I like it. So it looks like SMX is testing this initial level here at 1820. To me, that level isn't the problem. It's a little bit higher, but anyways, it's still going to be at the top of the supply zone. So something to keep an eye on. Vegas monies. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Vegas pizza. Yeah, you're going next. Yeah, I think you're going next week, right? Yeah, that's going to be good. I mean, you're working, but you are working, but I'm gonna be alone. Monday? Okay. Well, I mean, if you told me early enough, Peter, if you told me early enough, we could have done like an Airbnb so I could work, pizza, and then we could you could work, and then we could do stuff after. We just didn't plan it, you know. There was no planning. Yeah, yeah, I like it. EVMN, Rob. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. That's a very nice call. Very nice call, Spikes. Yeah, I like all of you guys in the options cooking lab cooking like that. I like it. That was a good call, Spikes. I will not walk on the strip. You better not. Send it, Luna. Send it. So again, that was a pretty nice double bottom, right? You could have double dipped and still be green. So PHIO is super slow and annoying, but at the very least, it's holding the bottoms there. So now if it breaks below that bottom, you're in trouble, right? In trouble. Yeah. Yeah, pizza. Next time you're going, let's we'll get an Airbnb or something, and then I could stream and you can work, and then here we go, here we go, here we go. Look at that perfect bounce, guys. Look at that perfect bounce. I like it. So again, just be mindful that you have that, you have that resistance coming up. But if this thing could just find it in its heart, in its heart to uh okay, so here goes $1.40, which we like. Right, so that looks very nice. I like it a lot. Here goes 141. Oh, my days is right. There we go. 142. Okay, okay, okay. Come on. Can we get a breakout this time? Where's Raven? Caitlin, come on now. Yeah. So just be mindful though, right? Just be mindful that your resistance is up there. Make it happen, Luna. Make it happen. Where's the breakout? Let's hope. Caitlin. Come on. You're supposed to be buying the float, not hoping. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Break, 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 break. Uh, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. 142, 144. Come on, break that wall. Break that wall. Break that wall. There goes 145. And what? Come on, where's the boomskis? So we're basically hitting the same resistance we hit last time, right? So hit once, pop to 145, hit twice. So again, that's a double signal you could have taken. There's a shirt for that. Yeah, Pizza. Come on. Breakouts. Give us the breakouts. The high of the day is 148 now. So there it goes. The candle hasn't closed above, so obviously you have to be a little bit concerned with that. But if you bought the dip, which you should have, bought the dips, you should be buying at the bottoms, not buying the tops. You should be okay, right? So let's see if we can actually hold above. Should I buy now, Raven? Should I buy now? I mean, so we can break out maybe. Yeah. Let's go, Ajoya. Hopes and dreams. No match for technical analysis. Yeah, so that candle does need to close above, and if it can, then that'd be a good thing. Uh, Okay, so other than that, though, again, 145 is resistance, guys. Until we close above that level, I don't think we're quite ready for more. So hopefully we can break out. But that does look good, though. And at the very least, we've hit it twice now. So we just need to close above it. ABPs look like garbage, right? So weak, weak, weak. QNCX is still holding that bottom. It needs volume, though. So that looks fine to me. SMX also still looks fine, but you can tell there's a double top up there, right? So that's really not a surprise. This is the problem here. Double top, triple tops. We need to clear that level, right? So for now, at the very least, those are the main stocks, and this one looks the best. So we need the breakout. But again, if you're taking your gains at resistance, I don't think there are really any complaints here. Alrighty. So if you're taking your gains at a double top, there's nothing wrong with that. If this is your second time and you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna move the stop loss, there's also nothing wrong with that. Jay says, should I sell JDZG? What's your entry price on that, Jay? What you get in at? What did you get in at? Let me take a look. JDZG. Should I sell this? You like a lot of these ones that are like on the verge of boomskis, don't you, Jay? Yeah, I don't know what your entry is. So you're gonna have to help me out. Gonna have to help me out. No, 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 no. SMX possible demand zone. QC. Oof, damn! Look at that thing pop. Damn, damn. That thing said. But again, guys, when you look at this chart, do you see any surprises? I don't see any. Do you see any? I don't see it. Right? You see that circle at the bottom there? Hashtag what? Hashtag circle gang. Hashtag circle gang. Good job. Good job. Good job, Mario. 121. So you got in on 121? Okay. I'll take a look, Jay. I'll take a look in a second here. But again, that was a beautiful, beautiful level, right? 200 EMA consolidation, VWAP, demand zone, uptrend. Well, again, it doesn't always work, but sometimes there are levels where you're willing to take a gamble at, right? So trading is it's one of those things where like there's never a guarantee. You just have to make sure the decisions you make have a high probability of working out, right? So when we start to combine things like this and we're like, hey, there's the 200 EMA, okay, there's the VWAP, okay, there's a green zone, okay, there's an uptrend, okay, there's a bit of consolidation, okay. You start to combine these things together, right? And maybe that helps you make a decision, right? Doesn't always work, but that's how it should be, right? That's how it should be. Raven, unbelievable. Actually, there's a circle gang emoji for the members in the thing, right? Because we talked about circle gang a lot back in the day. Anyways, that's a pretty nice push, isn't it? It's too much talking. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I like it. Also, it's because Rob bought the float at the bought the float at the bottom. Yeah. So just be mindful of that supply zone at the top. Alrighty. Just be mindful of that supply zone at the top there. So you got into this one at 121, Jay. Let me take a look at the daily really quickly. Um, yeah, honestly, like it's not a horrible play. Would I get out of this thing, Jay? I don't think so. I think I would more so be setting a stop loss. Unless you don't like it anymore. If you're asking me if you should be selling, maybe you don't like this anymore, right? And if that's the case, sure, maybe, right? But the last 2 days, this thing has bounced off $1.10 for some reason. The last 2 days, the volume is slowly coming in. The volume is a bit unusual in the sense that the average volume is 330. Well, it's at that level already at the open. Also, according to TradingView, the float is 42,000. We know that's not the true number, right? That number is not accurate. Uh, but that shows you though that it's a lower float, right? So yeah, I would more so lean on this again. If you don't like it, you don't like it, right? But yeah, I'd more so be setting a stop loss on that thing. Alrighty, cool. Let me take a look at LIMN because you guys are spamming that. Um, yeah, that's a nice curl actually. Yeah, go, nice curl. So you're gonna have a lot of resistance though, closer to like $1.55. But that's a really nice double bottom there at $1.40. Yeah. So back to yeah, not bad. I like it, Rob. That was a good scalp. Very, very good scalp. Uh that's interesting. Okay. Was above weeks ago. Yep, yep. PHIO keeps playing with that stupid level. Uh Ben, what's your question for ABP? Any insight on this? You're testing a golden level. The golden levels have been really good. They've been a really good addition to the algo in terms of like the update, right? So you want to stay above $2. If you can stay above $2, there's some hope. Even though this thing has been very weak, it looks very very weak. But if you're in closer to $2 with a stop loss right around that level, you should be okay. Ready? Ready. Spy's recovering. Spy's back to the highs of the day, by the way. Bitcoin's trying to recover as well, right? So yeah, good job, Raven. I like that. Okay. How do you update the algo? So if you've done the have you updated the algo, Kevin? If you've updated the algo, you wanna click on the algo settings. You can do that by double clicking anywhere. Honestly, in the red zone, and the on the box, the info bar on the right hand side, in the demand zone, you can click on any of the algo features. When you do, scroll all the way down to where it says show Fibonacci levels. Click on that, and the golden level will show up. Alrighty, and then click OK. Obviously, save it. But make sure you've done the algo update. If you haven't done that, then that obviously isn't going to work for you. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I like the scaling out Raven. Yeah, I mean, like when you're watching stuff like this, sometimes it's completely okay as long as we stay above that 200 EMA, especially if the entry is very good. There's really not a whole lot to worry about, right? Not a whole lot to worry about. There goes 31 pennies. So nice little pop. Oof. Okay. 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 So again, look to the left hand side, right? The last high, the last resistance was that 33 area. What do you guys think of SMX now? SMX is obviously double topped, right? And in terms of like levels, um, you can see that the lower level was closer to $16 there, right? And so now we're kind of stuck in the middle here. Um, when you guys ask me questions like, "What do you guys think of this now?" And it's a stock that we've been talking about. It's yeah, alerts for price hitting that zone. Yeah, exactly, Miss Tony. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, SMX, like I really don't mind this. I still think like as long as you stay above that bottom there, like I don't mind. And it's kind of consolidating here of like 1660, 1680-ish. So that's not bad at all, right? So this is definitely one of those names we're going to keep paying attention to. Pizza, who said you could leave? Who approved this? Who said you could leave? Huh? Rubbish. 1740. Mm, okay. Yeah, no, QCNX has been good. That was a really good level off the bottom there. Come after me. Ah, unbelievable. Yeah, so you can see that double top at for QCNX, right? So just make sure you're scaling out on the way up there, or you're simply just moving those stop losses higher. Are you a fan of buying in pre-market, Judith? Yeah, anytime, right? Um, I think it's not about like buying in pre-market. It's about kind of having a strategy, you know. Um, yeah, you wanna have kind of have rules around like, okay, if I can't use a stop loss in pre-market, what am I gonna do? When I see news drops, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna FOMO right away? Am I gonna wait? You want to create rules all around, like around these things. And if you can do that, then you're okay. But if you just go in and you're trading pre-market without any plan and you're jumping into everything, you can get in some serious trouble. Some serious trouble. So that's the downside to trading in pre-market and after hours. But to get into too many stocks, yeah, it really does. KB, yeah, I don't know why I keep calling you KB instead of like Kristen. But anyways, la 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 la. Yeah, PHIO has just been playing games with that resistance. Again, it looks fine still. Yeah, even though we're like topping up like quite a bit there, but I think we prefer breakout just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Maybe if we say some nice things. Maybe it's gonna pop. Oh, okay, okay. This thing just likes attention. Okay, it just likes attention. I'm telling you, when we start giving it attention, it's like, oh, I feel shy. Oh my goodness, I feel shy. Can I go? Should I go? Please. Oh, I like that, Ajoya. I like it. Should I go? Ayo, Steph. Maybe this time, please. That resistance is so annoying, isn't it? Anyways, so annoying. Play during pre-market and post-market without having stop losses. We've explained that strategy already in one of the classes. Yeah. See, you're missing out on so many of these things from me. Come join us in Discord. Right? SMX is curling again slowly, so that still looks fine to me. You can tell like there's so many names that like are on the verge of breaking out. So many of them. So many of them. One of them just needs to give us the boom skis, and then they're gonna take the reins. Okay. FGL is at 11:39 now. So you see that golden zone there, LIMN, right? That level is a problem, right? So the golden zone will be a problem on the way up and a problem and a good thing on the way down. FGL, yeah, it was an okay bounce, right? It was basically a double bottom. It's kind of the level we talked about initially. Either we break out or we come back and retest the bottom and consolidate. So yeah, it doesn't look bad at all. Right? So that looks good, right? Don't mind that. QCNX, obviously, like close to a breakout. PHIO, close to a breakout. SMX, close to a breakout. Like everything is close to a breakout. Even names like JZXN don't look horrible. So all we need is boomskis. 216. Okay. Not bad at all. That's a good little consolidation level. Ramteen, good job. Good job. Good jobs. Beyond Meat is moving up like a snail. Like a snail. That Beyond Meat rally was so fun. So much fun. So much fun. Mm. Uh, PHIO, can you go quicker so we don't have to look at Dan's breakfast? Can you run like now? Like, can you just explode like right now? You know, please, come on. Dan says breakfast was scrambled eggs with some rosemary and basil, feta cheese crumbles. Like who has fillet? Who does that in the morning, guys? Who does this in the morning? Really, really, really? You know when someone describes their food as like a delicate sear and a light garlic sauce. Who does that? Who does that? Really? Bon appetit. People with class. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I know, right, Tim? Food lovers, Rod. Definitely. You guys are way too supportive. Way too supportive. Way too supportive. Unbelievable. You guys are supposed to join me in roasting Dan, you know? Instead, you guys go the opposite way. Sounds good, Daryl. Unbelievable. You know what I had this morning? I had a banana. I had a banana, and then I drank some water, and then I got on stream, you know? Unbelievable. See what happens, PHIO, when you're slow? I have to listen to Dan's rubbish. No. Dan, that's amazing. Amazing. That sounds delicious. Telling you, Dan's so lucky I don't live beside him. Otherwise, I'd wake up in the morning. That's the only time I would wake up early in the morning, Go to Dan's house. Actually, I would have an office in Dan's house. You know what, Dad? Since you're not using this room, we might as well have an office there. And then we'd have a morning pause to the streams. So I could go see what Dan was making. Every 5 minutes, I would go see what Dan was making. And then I would come back. And then a 30-minute break to go eat. Unbelievable. Let's go. Dan, eventually. Yeah. Eventually. Yes, yes. Love it. Amazing. No, I'm scared of Dan's wife. I'm scared of Dan's wife, so yeah. Dan's wife would whoop me. Ah, yeah. The aroma alone is heavenly, perfectly spotted with the caramel-like sweetness and a tender texture that melts in the mouth. Absolute perfection. I like it, Raven. Yeah, love it. Thank you. Yes, perfect. I like it. Ah. Yeah, streets? Yes. We need to do one. Yep, yep. PHIO is really slow with the way that it doesn't want to break out. So honestly, like this has been a really good scalp. If you're just scalping back and forth, and then eventually we can get a breakout, that would be good. For now, we clearly have resistance there, so you shouldn't be diamond handing. You should have a good stop loss. FGL is looking better, right? So obviously we're going to keep a really close eye on this one because of that low float. I think the volume will really kick in. The volume is 82,000. You could tell the volume is still really light, right? But if that thing can break out above like 1324, which is the high of the day, then at some point, yeah. Um, Pelish Miner, what are these charts? Some of these charts, you know. Does anybody understands Betsville? Pelish, what are your charts? Why are you posting those charts? Just asking. That's okay. Just wondering. Please only talks that way about cookies. You're not wrong, Spikes. You're not wrong. Mm-mm-mm. You know, sometimes when you eat a cookie and there's like that beautiful contrast between like sweet and savory. Oh my days! And the cookie melts in your mouth, especially when it's a warm cookie. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Deliciousness, deliciousness. And China today is for Hong Kong. What do you mean? What do you mean? So it looks like QNCX is slowly creeping up towards that 33 level again. Slowly, slowly, slowly. So maybe this time you can actually get a breakout. Yeah, exactly. Angel? Yeah, exactly like that. Uh, and then caramel drizzle? Yeah, that sounds amazing. You know, like dark chocolate, like, I mean, it obviously depends on the type you get, but for people that are concerned about sweetness, like dark chocolate is actually pretty good. I think sometimes you just have to become, you know, you just have to get used to the taste, but yeah, it's good. Yeah, so if it can break above that 33 cents, then 35 and then potentially beyond. So let's see if we actually get a breakout. Like I said, we've had some really good names today, right? We've had some really, really good names today. They're just slow because we don't really see them exploding and breaking out. But like the scalps have been good, right? QCNX, it's like, oh, there's no new highs. But if you bought this thing off this level, that's a pretty good push, right? PHIO, we were not really getting brand new highs, but the scalps, excellent, right? So we just need some breakouts here on these things. SMX kind of the same thing, right? Like the levels are really nice. We're just not getting those boom skis, which we will at some point. We will at some point. For breakfast, I mean, they don't even count, right? Just 24 minis, Winterfell, they don't count exactly. They're like Timbits. We call them Timbits in Canada. Timbits. They're so small, they don't really do anything, you know. So, but yeah, I bet you those things have a crazy amount of calories though, and a lot of sugar and rubbish. Only Timbits are Timbits. Yes, but they're like mini donuts though, Jason. You know, yeah. Tim Hortons, best thing in Canada. Yeah, Timbits. Yeah, try some Timbits if you ever come to Canada. If you've never been. Rod, I haven't had them for a long time, long time. So maybe, yeah. Yup, a long time. It's not even 5 a.m. here. Yup. See, that's what Dan does. You know, he eats breakfast and then he comes with his breakfast to the stream. Unbelievable. Mm, mm. without a pass, Alex. Do, do, do. Why are all these stocks so annoying with like the breakout levels though? Like why are they so annoying, guys? FGL is still slowly creeping up here, which is really nice. Oh, without a passport and went to Timmy's. They let you in without a passport, Alex? Why? I mean, honestly, that's how it should be. Well, maybe not, but it's still a way of keeping track. But yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I don't like the overly messed up ones. Like the creamy ones, the ones with like sprinkles and all the fancy stuff in it. Yeah. Come on, something break out. Enjoy your trip. Yeah, Alex. Yeah. Yes, yes. Good. It's when you return that it's a problem, Morris. Yeah. Yes, yes. Come on, give us that breakout. Again, a lot of these names just don't look like they're done yet, right? PHIO obviously doesn't look like it's done. It's closer to resistance than it is to the bottom, so clearly not done. QCNX, kind of the same thing, was stalling, but doesn't look like it's done. SMX, right in the middle of the support and resistance. So decisions to make. We know FGL is going to run at some point. The question is from where, or have we hit the bottom before the run, or do we go lower before the run, right? So this one will eventually have that run, unless the company does something stupid like drop an offering, which honestly they might, right? So you would hope though that they have common sense to not do an offering before the run, but this thing will have a run at some point. Storage. I'm just looking to see the last time they did the offering. La, na, 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 la, na, na. They drop a lot of news actually. A lot of news. Hmm. Yeah, Josh NMRA. Okay. Yeah, I was driving the other day and I saw a Krispy Kreme. I had no idea we had a Krispy Kreme in Canada. Not that I would go there, but yeah, just thought that was an American thing. Krispy Kremes. ABP still holding up for those of you that are in close to $2, just unable to break above the downtrend. Just not able to yet. My money is literally evaporating. What do I do? I'm down 60%. What do you think is? How do you think this is going to end? It's going to end in you. Anyways, what are you holding and what's your entry price, AK? What did you get into if you're down 60%? What do you in? We can take a look. Let me see. Yeah, let us know because I have no idea what you're holding and what your entry price is. Yeah, exactly, Spikes. Exactly. Invest in yourself. Exactly. Right. If you go through Discord, right? One of the first things you see in Discord is a 8% rule. What's the stop loss? 8% rule. Make sure you have your stop loss not more than 8-10%. Right. That's one of the first things you see in Discord. So that investment alone pays for itself because you're not down 60%. Let me introduce you to my friend Jaden. What are you in, AK? You're not really helping us out. You're in at $2. What did you buy at $2? What did you buy? Right? It hurts, but you learn from it.
Jaden has $1 bill, 1 quarter, and 2 pennies. How much money does he have? Jaden broke.
uh, Tell me why that doesn't get old, though. Tell me why that never gets old. Unbelievable. JZXN is popping there. Yeah, that was a really good bottom, right? Yeah, really good bottom there on that thing. A pumpkin walnut cake. Some in all the wrong places, Rod. Yeah, he shows up when you need him. It's always the laugh, Dan. Yeah, again, AK, let us know what you're in. We'll take a look already, and then we can go from there. It's not fun when you're down 60%, but honestly, we've all been there, and it hurts. You just have to find a way to fix it. You know, like we keep saying this over and over. Like stop losses seem like such an easy thing. You know, they seem like common sense, and at the same time, they seem so stupid. You know, because they hit all the time, anyways, right? But you know, like the reason we use stop losses is it's because we're trying to prevent stuff like this. You know, can you imagine if all of the accounts is in you know, like you could tell by the expression, right? My money is literally evaporating. You could tell they have way more money in there than they should. So you know, stop losses are there for the one time that things go wrong, and you're down 60%, right? And your money's just gone. You have a big problem. So yep. Anyway, so it doesn't seem like we're getting a response. Maybe they're just delayed. Maybe they don't want to tell us. Maybe they're shy. But again, my advice for you is to use stop losses. Yeah. And come join us in Discord. Try it for a month. Exactly. Right. Come join us in Discord. Again, if you go through the new trader education section, one of the first things you see is please use a stop loss. And if you're not sure what to do, if you have no clue what to do with a stop loss, use the 8% rule, right? Not 60%, not 99%. Just do something. Alrighty? Yeah. You're down 30%. Any hope? Well, I mean, your hope is that it will stay above $2, right? That's the level we mentioned before, right? As long as we stay above this level right there. I say $2 because it's close, even though it's like a 207, right? You're now testing the downtrend, so hopefully it can break and push. Righty. So now it's like close to $2 is not bad at all. You just need the push. Alrighty, Ben. So put that stop loss in there though, please. Right, it's so much easier for you to, like, even on the same stock, guys, like, so for example, look at this, right? Let's say you bought this thing at the double bottom, right? Let's just say you took a gamble, right? Let's say you're like, oh, it's double bottoming right there, I'm going to take a double bottom, and then, well, which you shouldn't be buying anyways because it's dropping like a rock, right? So you know, if you bought the stock right there and you're like, I'm going to set my stop loss below the previous low, and it hits your stop loss and you lose a little bit, I'd rather you do that and then look at this later on and say, oh, you know what? I'm super stubborn, right? I want my money back from the exact same stock. So you know what? I see another double bottom. I'm going to take the next double bottom I see. Guess what? You just made the money back, right? Like you could have the same strategy and do the same strategy over and over, and your strategies suck, but you still do well, right? It's like 50-50, but you're still okay. Why? Because you have that discipline to get rid of it, right? Like again, there's nothing different between like this double bottom right here. There's a bottom right there. There's another bottom. It's not really a bottom, but let's just say you're doing the double bottom strategy, right? If you put your stop loss right below the double bottom and it hits, and you took a lot, let's just say you took this amount of a loss, right? And then you're willing to take the next double bottom. Well, the next double bottom down here, guess what? You just made that money back. But if you are super stubborn, if you're super stubborn and you're like, no, I'm not going to sell the position, and you stay in that position from right there, even now when the stock is bouncing, you're still red. Why? Because you're stubborn, right? And when you go to bed at night, all you're going to hear is,
Congratulations, you played yourself.
yep, exactly, Street. Exactly. So JZXN, you can see the resistance at $2.50. Bilal? Yeah, exactly, virus. Exactly. So sometimes you can have a horrible strategy, but it is a strategy, and it can be, the best case scenario is 50-50, and you still do okay because you're so good at like taking those losses, right? Which is why we talk about taking losses so much, because if you're good at taking losses and you don't take it personal, you're gonna be okay, right? And this is why this is one of our favorite screenshots of all time, right? That says the whole secret to winning big in the stock market is not being right all the time, but to lose the least amount possible when you're wrong, right? Keep those losses small. The next opportunity can bring you back to life, right? But if those losses start to hit 60, 90%, then you're kind of asking for trouble, right? So look at this other screenshot. If I have it up here somewhere. Uh, hmm, can't seem to find it. Oh yeah, this one. So look at this, right? So when you lose money, this is the amount of this is what you need to make back, to get back to break even, right? The bigger the loss, the more money you need to make, obviously, right? When you lose 1%, right, you have to make 1% back, right? When you lose 5%, you have to make the 5% back. It's not that big of a deal, right? Now, once you start to get to 30%, 50%, like when you get to 50%, you need to double the money to get back to break even. Double, right? Double it's not that easy to achieve, is it? We seem to make it easy because we see a lot of stocks go up 1,000%, so it seems easy, but it's not easy, is it? Right? To just double your monies like that. So when you take these 50% losses, you're already in a very difficult position, right? Anyways, if I don't hit minus 99%, yeah. Virus, when you see those options, especially in options, when it hits minus 90%, minus 99, and there's no bids, there's no orders on the bids. All you can see is 0.01, and then that's the ask. You just close, just go to the next trade. Ah, that's one of the most painful things to see for options. When you look at the option you're buying and it says 0.01, and then you look at the amount of people that are sitting at 0.01, it's pretty big. Like 10,000, 10,000, a 10,000 block sitting at that spot. You messed up. Yeah. Then you just let it expire. Yeah. Anyways. Anyways. Unbelievable. I just want to hold my winners longer than my losers, Rod. Yeah. Yep. That's the goal. That is the goal. You know. Tuesday. Wednesday. Okay. Yep. It's tough to lose. It's tough to get over losing money, but it almost feels necessary to lose for for education's sake. Yeah, you feel the lesson more. I learned the hard way that the need to be patient. Exactly, lit. It really is, right? Like, just, I think as long as you don't take it personal and you actually learn from it, it's a really good lesson to learn. So it's a very good lesson to learn. Point zero one times 200. No hope. Yep. You know what, Dan? You know what? And nothing more. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, we've had some really good runs in these things. We're just not getting the breakouts, but some excellent runs though. Right? Like, if you look at PHIO, it just seems stupid at this point, but it's still just sitting in between the range. So clearly it's not dead, right? Like, none of these names are really dead. They're just annoying at this point. Like, they're all between like resistance and support. So maybe FGL can cook. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. So even ABP, you can tell like it's holding that bottom really well. It just needs the volume to the upside. Just needs the volume to the upside. Let me take a look. It's not bad. You can tell those candles need a bit more volume, but not bad at all, Raven. Super, super slow. Slow and steady. Slow and steady, just like everything else. Yeah. And then obviously you have resistance. The closer you get to 170. But yeah, not bad. A little color. It's, it's music. It's music. Hmm. And there goes QNCX again, bouncing up the uptrend. FGL is looking okay though, isn't it? Like it's slowly, slowly creeping up there. Type yes in the chat if you got into this one. Type yes in the chat if you got into this one. I know DP's in this one. Rob's probably in this one. Yes, yes. Nancy, Larry, yeah. That double bottom dip was nice. I know a whole bunch of you guys are going to be holding this one. Like I said, it's just that this one has to run at some point, as long as the company doesn't screw it up. Right? Like it just has to run at some point with that float, right? But yeah, as you guys can tell, the only time we care about stuff like this is after the split. Before the split, we don't really care. After the split, yeah, right. So you just have to be mindful because the volume is really low, right? And the spread is like 40-50 cents, so it's going to be a bit chaotic. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Why can't it dip? DP, because that's the downside, right? When it has so much attention like this and the float is so low, um, you're gonna be fighting, a battle to get the dip skis. So yeah. Mm-mm-mm. There he goes. There he goes. Can it break out? Yup. Yup, yup. Jim got in a 980. Very nice, Jim. Very nice. JAGU's life. JAGU. JAGU is the IPO. When's TradingView actually gonna learn something, and like give us the candles? When? Unbelievable. Like that's so silly. So silly. Good job, Winterfell. Yeah. JAGU. Let me see if I can pull it up on like that's not the right one. It's this one. Hmm. Volume is super low still. Mm, yeah. Yep. 550 halts up. JAGU. Again, we wanted to pay attention to this IPO because there's a little bit of hype, and also it's a $4 IPO, right? So, did anybody get into the pre-IPO or FOMO in right away? Anybody? Obviously, not a whole lot of data here to go off of. At least not quite yet. But we shall see. So again, if FGL can break through the that 13 30 level, oof. JAGU. Yeah, so you just have to be mindful too that you have a double top coming up here, right? So it needs to break out. Alrighty. So if you're not in already, you wait for the dipskis. Alrighty. If you're not in already, you have to wait for the dipskis, or you look for the breakout. Cool. Because if you start jumping in like that on a stock like this, you could you could find yourself standing under the bridge, without underwear on, begging for change. Alrighty. So that breakout is really, really important. Cool. Cool. La, 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 la. Yeah, I think that was the last ask that was on the Nasdaq website. So 736, Jason. So that was the last one. I think they're using that. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Where is the breakout? I mean, the volume is like when we first pulled this thing up, the volume was what, 2,000 shares? So the volume has been slowly creeping up at the very least. Right? At the very least, the volume has been slowly creeping up there. Yeah. Jason, well done. Well done. Is it done? I mean, it's selling off again back to the downside, right? So like these breakouts are so important because it keeps the vibes going, Right? Yeah. So for now, watch the same bottom there. Are you in a position, Miguel? Let me know. Yeah, there it is on the left hand side there. JZXN. This one's been really good too, right? So really good bottoms up $2, and now you're retesting the highs there. So $2.80, 280 ish. Two. JAGU is halted up again, guys, or is it? I don't even know what to do with that. With that. Don't even know what to do with that. Anyways, we need some boomskis, Dan. We need to make brand new all-time highs. That's all I'm waiting for. Brand new all-time highs. Make it happen, Dan. Make it happen. 28. What did you get in at again? What did you get back in? Again, to me, Greg, that's where like a little bit of inexperience and a lack of patience comes into play though, right? You already know where the support is at. You do, don't you? You already know that if you set that stop loss at 28, they're gonna hit it, right? Because it's still above the range. So that, yeah, 32, yeah, right. So I think you tried catching it off like the bottom of the supply zone there, right above the 200 EMA, which is fine, right? So as long as you have a tight stop loss, that's okay. Yeah, yeah, I can see what you tried doing, but again, same time though, you have to understand that the actual level is lower, and it just came down to that level and it went back up again. Try to. So there's nothing wrong with that though, but you can't complain about it, right? You have to understand that you're taking that risk and there's no complaints. It's just, the cost of doing business, right? It is the cost of doing business. I don't know what TradingView did with the system, and the fact that they're not showing these IPOs anymore is a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying. Yeah, I know for JZXN AQ, you have that double top below two at below 280 ish. So yep. Alrighty. Hims at 18 is crazy. Yeah, that's what happens when you have bad news. The stock gets slapped. You know, Cody JAGU to the moon. I don't know. I really don't know. Let's see what happens here with as the day progresses. Ready? See what happens. Again, like I said, with FGL, I wouldn't be FOMOing in now, right? You had your chance closer to the bottom there, right? Double bottom, curl, something, dip skis, or you wait for the breakout. If you're gonna be touching this thing on a at a double top and it doesn't break out, you're gonna be crying. So hopefully it breaks out at some point. But yeah, yeah, super slow, Jaya. Super slow. Looks like JAGU is back. 488. Looks like $5 is their favorite number. Again, this was a $4 IPO, so it's gonna need some volume. Looks like they like $5. JAGU. Yeah, that's the downside to not getting breakouts. Yeah, it's not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. It's not a whole lot. Definitely, slowly creeping up though. Like 275,000 now. Uh, 60s. Do I think we'll break through? Why? What's your position in this one, Keith? I think you're in close to 20 cents, right? With that 10,000 share position. Is that you? Mm. Choo. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's yeah, there goes FGL, right? So it's slowly dipping back down again. You do not buy you do not buy that, you do not buy that resistance there. You're gonna regret it. You're going to regret it. You're rolling the dice, Cody? Okay. Rolling the dice. Okay. SMH just couldn't break that resistance, huh? Just could not do it. 27,000 shares. Have you sold any yet, Keith? Have you scaled out at all? Again, when we're hitting resistance like this, Keith, for the second time, for the third time, right? You almost want not yet. Yeah, almost would be nice. You're going to be green on that position regardless, I feel. Uh, yeah, you're going to be okay regardless, but I still think you should be scaling out, right? Yeah. I think for now, just because you're on that downtrend and it's kind of consolidating, so like if it can stay above 28, you might not have to do anything. But if we start breaking down here, you might have to sell some of it, right? Just in case. Yeah. So it looks fine as long as we stay above 28 cents. If you can stay above 28 cents, okay, fine. Just hopefully we can push back up into the 30s here soon. Yeah. If we can push up into the 30s, you can consider scaling out in the red zone, and then hopefully it breaks out and you still have some in there to keep making monies. PHIO is still technically holding that demand zone, guys. Right, so this stock is just pretty annoying. SMX came right back down to the same stupid bottom as well at $16, and then bounced a little bit. So like all of these names are just doing the same thing. I think that's been the problem today for a lot of our names. Like they're just in a range. Come on, BURU is halted up. That's Raven's favorite stock of all time. Buru. Halted up news pending. What could it be? I wonder. What could it be, Raven? What could it be? What could it be, guys? I wonder. I wonder. What could it be? What could it be? There are really only two options. One, they're getting NTAT. Two, they're getting NTAT. They're either getting delisted or they're doing a reverse split. Anyways, G, you're back in there, Frank? Okay. Back in there like swimwear. Maybe they're getting bought up. Do you believe that, Jason? Hmm? I do not. I do not. And the markets are all over the place today. All over the place. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. JAGU? Yeah. It came all the way back down to the IPO price. Again, like I said, there's nothing good about this company. Just nothing at all whatsoever. Zero. Other than it's a $4 IPO and it's new, and there's a bit of hype. Other than that, like there's nothing. So oh, there you go. Yeah, see? There you go. So again, as long as it stays above that 28, you're fine. Hopefully we can push, 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 push. do, 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 do. Mm, mm, mm. Is it worth holding for a couple of days? Come on, Cody. Maybe, but the answer is probably not. Right? We don't know very much about it. Like, we don't know anything about it other than the fact that it's trash, and we were hoping that it had some momentum, but it really doesn't. It really doesn't. And QNCX is getting rejected off the supply zone. Gee. Yeah, so solid rejection there. JAGU, trash. Dang, they really rejected that thing. So this is why we Keith, this is why we say to scale out, right? The red zones are not here for decoration. They're here to tell you that there's a problem. And the thicker they are, the more problems you have, right? The red zones are here to say, hey buddy, hey, there's a problem here. It might break through, but please be careful. Please be careful. Please be careful. You know? Is there an education video about this one as well? About what? Educational video on what? Could you please tell us a few words about if I'm a small position, at the bottom of a stock, when should I buy a bigger amount during on the way up? Yeah, like if you're getting like so let's say something like what can we look at? So something like this, right? Let's say we get to let's say we get to a bottom, right? And you're like, I see consolidation, but I'm not sure, right? um I'm really not sure if this is the level, blah blah blah. I don't know if I want to do it. I'm not quite confident. I see that there's a double bottom. It's kind of consolidating. It's at the 200 EMA. I don't trust it yet. I'm gonna try a small position, right, to see if there's confirmation. Well, then you maybe want to add to that position if now you go up and you get a higher low, right? Because then that's confirming to you now that you're potentially going to start trending up, right? It's like, okay, now you're actually getting a higher low. It's like, okay, you know what? I feel better now about this position. Maybe I can add a bit more, right? Yeah. Alrighty. Same thing with this, right? Same thing with this. You're taking that gamble because you're hitting that, the bottom in the green zone, right? If it can give you a higher low, if we can break back above something, then sure, maybe. But if it doesn't, then okay, fine, no. Yeah. You can see the supply and trading view. Do you have the algo? Do, 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 do. Okay. Mm, Yeah, so now you're watching that 200 EMA for QNCX. Okay. Do you get the algo, and do you need TradingView membership with it? So none of the the memberships that come with the algo are not available. They're sold out already, so those are not going to be available. So if you want to join us in Discord, you need at least the legend level, right? Then you have to buy the algo. The algo is very cheap as well, so you have to buy the algo, and then you can use the free version of TradingView if you want to. And then it looks like JZXN got rejected at the same top, right? So again, these red zones are not just here for decoration. They're there to kind of help you out, right? So 280 and then slap back to the green area. We need some boom skis, guys. Come on now. Yeah. I'm Thomas. Yes. Yes, yes. Have a supply zone and not a demand zone. On FGL, yeah, the demand zone's a lot lower. There's also a golden pocket there, but yeah, and then if you look at, like, I think, yeah, Rob answered your question. Your demand zone is all the way down here, right? We kind of talked about this earlier today, right? So yeah, your demand zone is lower, which obviously it makes sense. Uh, GZXN, you might have played with the settings. You might have played with the settings a little bit, so that's why yours is. So if you want to change that, right? So double click on the algo. Alrighty. So I'm gonna scroll down here. You want to make sure that, like, if you go to the see where it says, like, machine learning, like, settings, make sure that the like it says closed. Alrighty, and then there should be another spot for sensitivity. So right here, so right here where it says order blocks, right? You make sure that your sensitivity is at 20, should be fine, right? Make sure that this is closed, and then you can change these settings, right? Right. So you could turn the sensitivity off, right? And then try that, and let me know how that looks. Okay, that thing got rejected. So that red zone was a good thing, wasn't it? Also, I see the problem. I can already tell where your problem is. Actually, it has nothing to do with the algo. Um, yeah, red. Change those candles. Change your candles to high Kinashi candles. Yeah, that's your problem. You have to turn it on, Caitlin. You have to update it and then turn it on. So yeah, change the candle type. And there goes QNCX with the pop off the 200 EMA. Right back to the supply zone. Keith is praying. Come on, Keith. Pray harder. Pray harder. How do you update it? Remember how you promised Caitlin that you're gonna watch these videos? Do you remember that? Where's Steve? Do you remember your promise? What did you do last weekend? What did you do? Oh, the kids? The kids were sick? Okay, that's a good excuse. That's a good reason, not an excuse, a good reason. So to update your algo, you should see the algo like settings on the left hand side. So you see the algo setting on the left hand side of your top left. If you click on that drop down menu, if your algo is open, you should see a blue circle. You just have to click on it and update it. Once you do, you want to go into the settings, right? So you can go into the settings by double clicking on any of the algo features like this. Scroll all the way down, and it should say right at the very bottom where it says Fibonacci levels, it says show Fibonacci levels. Turn that on, and that should work. Here we go, FGL. Yeah, and it's right there, right? And again, obviously that level is a problem. Mm, SMX is holding that 16, isn't it? So I mean, like these stocks are all respecting the levels to the downside, which is good. Looks like our JZXN is bouncing off $2 as well. This one's still halted, Raven. News pending. Delisted. Yeah. 126. Raven, there's two reasons. Guess. It's done, Kaylin? Okay, good. Good, good, good. Perfect. Good, good, good. Mm. That's what Jason said. A buyout to go where with? Who's buying this? Maybe for $2. Maybe for $2. QNCX really wants to break out. I don't know if it will though. Really wants to go. Really, really, really wants to go. End of a wedge. Yeah, yeah. Just not a lot of volume anymore. Just not a lot of volumes anymore. Is it lunchtime? I mean, I guess it's a little bit slow now. Slow, slow, slow. Come on and go. Do, 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 do. Mm, probably, Rob. Probably. That's why Steve is out there. Steve is never home. Is Steve home? No, Steve is never home. Because Caitlin keeps buying more horses, and then Steve's like, "Damn it! Now I need to go sell more fabric." Mario, we all heard him. Uh, so PHIO is curling again. Nothing's changed. It's just annoying. Trying to curl up the same bottom. Okay, it does. It does. It does. Keith is spraying harder now. Harder, Keith. Yep. So that 33 is coming up again. Oh, there goes FGL, guys. FGL said thanks very much. Thank you very much. There it goes. Boomskis. 1370. I think said let's get this party started. So 1380. Love it. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go, DP. Again, the spread is still, like some of these candles like behave really weirdly, but yeah, we'll see how this whole thing plays out. Let's go, Robs. Okay. Again, type yes in the chat if you're holding FGL. Type yes in the chat if you're holding FGL. Type yes in the chat if you're holding FGL. We talked about this quite a lot today, right? So, for a reason, the float is too low to ignore. The float is too low to ignore, isn't it? So 14, here we go, here we go. Here we go. It's halted up, guys. Boom skis. Boom skis. Let's go. 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 So halted up at 14. Love it. Love it. Rob says the shorts are trapped. Let's go, Robs. Come on now. Rob's been spamming this for days too, right? DP's been spamming this for days. So again, that float just too low to ignore, huh? Let's go. Okay. Yeah, no, QNCX is it looks like it's gonna break through that top. It's sitting right at the very top there, like right there. Keith, good job on this. Good job. There it goes. Woof. That thing said destruction. Destruction of the resistance. Damn. QCNX. Keith, you should probably consider scaling out as you push up, right? So it looks very good, but you should consider scaling out as you push up. Do a split T2. Yeah, they've just done a split. So the float is super low. Super low. Right? Like I said, usually we don't really care for these names, Usually we don't care for these names when they do the split because we expect them to crash first and then go back up. But when the float is this low and everybody's talking about it, you want to pay attention to it, right? Because you might not get that opportunity for it to crash all the way to $5 before squeezing back up. Yeah, yeah, no. Good job, Boba. Good jobs. 40%, almost 50%, right? So if you want to take gains at some point, nothing wrong with that. Keith, not way too cheap, Keith. So click on this link at the bottom. If you want to join us in Discord, click this link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Sign up for the legend level and come join us in Discord. Again, Rob's been spamming this thing every day now, right? FGL, because of the low float. Not guaranteeing anything, but just again saying to keep an eye on it, right? Since last week, right? We knew this was coming. DP's been spamming it too, right? So yeah. So you're missing out on some stuff like that. So yeah, come join us in Discord. Come join us. Good job, Sid. That's a good scalp. So you're sitting at the tops there now for QNCX. Yep, was on the watch list last night too. Yep, exactly. Love it. There you go. So now we wait for the on hold on FGL. When 1,000%. The reason why this says it's up 15,000% almost is because they've done a split, so that number is kind of messed up already. Yeah, it's closer to 40-50% than it is to um 14,000%. Maybe it's a predictor. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, 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 no. So it's looking like they're gonna open up closer to $18. Okay, on halted. Look at this, guys. Look at PHIO, right? Yup. Greg, are you still in this one? This is what I'm saying, right? Like these stocks are also stupid and annoying, right? All of them, every single one of them, stupid and annoying. But has a single one of them broken down though? No, right? This is the exact same spot we kept talking about, buy range for PHIO, right? Same spot. Another pop, right? QNCX of the 200 EMA, like they're all just annoying, is all. All just annoying. You got out, Frank. That's okay. You're still in, Greg, at 123. Good job. So you made the little 2 cent loss you took earlier, right? Is that a good thing, Greg? It's a very good thing, right? So all I'm trying to get you is to just to understand that the risk you take sometimes that makes sense and it doesn't work, and you still like you get rid of it and you look for the next one, right? Not personal. You look for the next one. Uh, okay, you're still in there, Caitlin? Okay. Yeah, just be aware of that 140 level, right? Your resistance. Yep, exactly, Rob. Yeah. If you're not a member in Discord, try it for a month. If you don't like it, cancel it. Alrighty. And we're still waiting for the on halt on this one. Since you're all out, no, I think that's okay though. I think that's a pretty good exit. It is a retest of 33, right? Which is a healthy retest. So this still looks fine, obviously, but it's just there's nothing wrong with taking those gains. We need boom skis. Boom skis. 0920, yeah. So no 5 minute, no 5 minute halt. Yep. No, the volume is definitely very low, and it doesn't need a whole lot of volume, right, to pump because of obviously for obvious reasons because it already has a low float. But yeah, people tend to FOMO though, which is why we talk about the breakout so much, right? People tend to FOMO when the breakout comes, right? Like you notice how the most volume we've had or like the most aggressive candles will come when we're actually breaking about key levels, right? So that level was there, but you also see that was stalling right there, right? The most volume comes when we break out, which is again why we like breakouts because we know people are gonna FOMO. Right? When it's at the bottom, everybody's like, "Oh, but like, I don't know, I don't know." Anyways, are there any classes about recovering some losses that you're holding by looking for some bottoms if a stock starts moving again? Um, Usually that stuff I just do on one-on-ones, Caitlin. Yeah, usually I just do that on one-on-ones. Yeah, I don't think there's a class though. PHIO is still sitting in that red zone. QNCX is still holding that 33, which is fine. SMX still holding the stupid 16, which is also fine. Right? Buru still halted, which is not fine. Uh, so like all of these stocks are just holding the bottoms, and then we're waiting for the on halts here. I mean, DP, send it to $80. Yeah, send it. Mm, mm, mm. Send it. Yeah, let's see what the next on halt looks like. See what the next on hold looks like. Okay. Rick, yeah, we like it. We just needed to break out, is all. We just needed to go boomskis. We've liked the stock all day today, all day, especially close to that 120 range, right? Especially close to that level, 125, 120. Okay, FGL, give us the on hold. We're ready. We're ready. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. Give us the on hold. Isn't it on a downtrend? No, it's not. If you had a trend line, it would have been broken. Yeah. If you had a downtrend, it would have been broken. After we're done with FGL, Dan. After we're done with FGL. Do, 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 do. There we go. Unhalted. Sheesh, these candles are wild. Wild. Damn. Is it halted down? No, we're not halted. Um, that candle dropped quite quickly though, so it might actually be halted down in that candle. So yeah, that's a really nice push though. Very, very nice push. It's halted down now. Let's go, Robs. Let's go. More to come. More to come. Yeah, so halt down. Right, so it popped all the way to 1722 and then halted down. Boom skis. No, 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 no. Did you just get some news for the markets, Dan? I think you did. Maybe that'll help. Yeah. Did anybody take the gains, guys? I mean, this is a pretty nice push, right? from $9, 8.50, right? At the bottoms, $10, all the way to $17. That's a pretty sweet pop. That is a very sweet pop, isn't it? So yeah. For some of you, 70% at the very least, 70%. So 60, 50%, whatever, right? So very nice. Again, that's the we'll just have to wait and see what happens with the on halts. And obviously, we can't really say that it's done yet, right? Maybe we come back and retest the 9 with the last breakouts, blah, blah, blah. Who knows? I hope it's just a dip rush. Why? Did you buy at 17? Why do you hope it's just a dip? I mean, there's nothing indicating that it's not just a dip, right? At least not yet. At least not yet. Hopefully, we don't have to wait another 15 minutes, you know? These halts are pretty stupid. Yeah, just maybe just a retest of the 9, yeah. Uh $1,800. Let's go, Mario. Well done. Good job. Yeah, $1,800, monies. So, and then Rude got in at 1282 and stop lost at 1721. Woo! Love it. Love it, love it, love it. The criminals are cooking. 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 Love it. Now let's see if we on halts get a dip, consolidate, and then curl back up again at some point. The halts become a little bit annoying. I hope that it's only 5 minutes this time. 16. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, again, I don't think there's no indication here to say that, oh, this thing is done yet, right? Just a volatility halt. Maybe this thing will wake up all the low float stocks in the market. Wake them up. Wake them up. Doo, 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 doo. Not enough to break the bank. Okay. A few shares on the dip. Okay. This is doo, 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 doo. What are some of the benefits of a one-on-one? The best benefits. Promise. The best benefits you could ever find, right? So, with one-on-ones, you and I get to sit down and we talk a lot about strategy, right? Strategy. Where to get in, where to exit, what to look for when you're creating a watch list. Charts. Your trades, stuff like that. So to me, it really, like, the whole intention behind one-on-ones is just to kind of clean up the process, right? I hate the second guessing, like the guessing, like, okay, is this a good entry? Is this not a good entry? Blah 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 blah, right? The whole point to like having one-on-ones is so you and I can come up with like a strategy and say, hey, like, okay, when you see this, you buy. When you see this, you sell. Blah blah blah, stuff like that, right? So it makes your life a little bit easier because I think a lot of the confusion in the market is people just lacking a plan, lacking a strategy. So anyways, we're on halted. That was 5 minutes, so that's not bad. Let's see if we can retest that 9 EMA. Let one-on-ones are only for the Gold VIP members, right? So only for the Gold VIP members. All the lifetime memberships which are sold out, all the Gold memberships are also sold out. So yeah, is this thing halted up now? Come on now, we're halted up. 1664 halted up, right? Boom skis, guys. Boom skis. Boom skis. Boom skis. So it's halted up. So you should be okay. You should be okay now with your position. Alrighty. If we can break above 1720, that'd be the level to push for $20. That'd be the level to push for $20. You can still get the one-on-ones with the gold VIP level, Ben, right? That's probably going to be the next level to be sold out. 100 shares at 1547 rush. There you go. Sold at 1663. Good job. Yeah. Nice little scalp. 1660. Okay. I like it. Yeah. Again, the only downside to this stock now is like the candles are all over the place, like we don't have like a proper structure other than vibes. Other than like, beautiful momentum, we don't really have a clear chart that we can look at and say, oh, okay. We could look at the breakouts, right? If we break above 1720, then you're gonna see more fireworks. You know? Can we look at PHIO? Nothing's changed to Austin. There's literally nothing's changed on this. Right? The support has been closer to the bottom, obviously. The 120-ish, the resistance has been closer to the 140s, right? So nothing's changed. Right? There goes JZXN, right? Like all of these stocks are so annoying today, but they're honestly pretty easy to read, right? Do you see that green zone at the bottom, guys, for JZXN? It's like magic, isn't it? Is it like magic? JZXN, right? Look at that. Nice consolidation off the 200 EMA and then pop. Right? That's a Greg type of play. Greg, did you get in on that one? So again, all of these stocks are pretty annoying, but they're very predictable today, which is good. Okay, we're waiting for the on-holds here. Another 5 minutes. Make it happen, Winterfell. No longer than 5 minutes. Good job, Runteen. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. One, yeah. If this one keeps, if FGL keeps going, then we start to look at the other low floats. You're welcome, Dan. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, yeah. Welcome. So when one low float goes, people look around to say, "Hey, what's the next lowest float stock in the market?" Right. So for now, I mean, there are a few other names to look at, but I think for now the focus is still this one though. 280. Yeah. Just again, watch. Like you need to close candles above 250 first. Alrighty. 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 Do, do, do. Mm, 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 mm. Do, 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 do. Don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Please and thank you. I would really appreciate that. Alrighty. Take a second, smash a like if you haven't already, and let's keep cooking. So we're on halted now. We know there's some resistance here, but it looks like it wants to cook that level. Again, 17 to 1720 is going to be your first resistance here. Alrighty. So if we want to go to $20, we need to obviously break that level. But again, just be aware that there's resistance up there. Cool. Cool. Let's get to 200 likes, guys. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Here comes 1650. 1650. So that 17 is obviously a problem. Obviously a problem. We need Rob to buy the whole float. That's what we need. Rob and DP buy the whole float, and then we can go from there, you know. But again, just be aware you don't want to be FOMOing up there. That's for sure. You don't want to be FOMOing up there. That's for sure. Copy. I know, right? Yeah. Crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy. No, 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 no. Okay. Yeah, so we really need to break through that level if we want to get pushing them. Most of the other names are still in that same range. It looks like QNCX is slowly curling up the 50. You know what's interesting? The 50 has been a good bounce level for this thing. So your next little obstacle will be a 35.50 breakout. So if we can break above that level, which it looks like it's going for it, then that's when the next vibes will come in. So is Keith still in that position? Where are you, Keith? Why are you quiet? Why? Can something break $20 so we can thrust? And what? And thrust. Was the music coming through clear, Tim, that time? What the hell is that? Burleys? That dude's pretty funny. I don't mind the way it's consolidating. And the volume is still 200,000 shares. So it really isn't a whole lot. Yeah. Where's Martin? Martin's probably spamming Weibo somewhere. Spamming Weibo. Spam, spam, spam. Yeah, so again, expect that retracement just because we're hitting resistance on FGL. Already, I think if we really wanted to dip, um, and test the breakout spot, we easily could come all the way back down to 1340, 1330, right? Because that's where we broke out from. But we'll see if we can get a higher low on this thing, right? So we'll see if we can get a higher low. I think as the day progresses, obviously this is going to be something we want to keep an eye on to see if it's holding the levels, and then maybe even an after-hour run on FGL. So we're obviously not going to be done with this, even if we do hop off the stream at some point, which we will. We're still not going to be done with it. So there we go again, guys. 1640 on that pop, right? Someone bought the float. Who did that? Who's guilty? So you see how quickly that thing pops, right? So if that thing could just break out, BP is going to be celebrating. Nancy says, "Whoops! I knew it. It had to be one of you." Unbelievable. Here we go. 1650, 1660, 1670, $17. I knew it. It had to be one of you. Fly me to the moon, where all they do is thrusting. So we just tested the highs of the day. So 1720 again. We need to break above that level, obviously. Right? So we need to break through this level at the top there. Look at that. Look at how quickly that drops down. Right. So again, that level's resistance. People are taking profits at that spot. And right, make sure you have a plan for your position, please. Most of you are green, right? Most of you got in the low teens anyways, so make sure that you have a plan. Don't get cooked. Alrighty. Don't get cooked. Again, just remember that we won't be streaming on Thursday, but we're gonna be in Discord, so you're gonna miss us, but we're not gonna miss the markets though. We're gonna be in Discord on Thursday morning. Alrighty, so if you're not a member yet, click that link at the bottom of the chat from Nightbots. Come join us. Alrighty, come join us. Cool. Okay, we have a new member. Let me get you a link here to join us in Discord. Just a reminder that this link doesn't work for you. Oof, look at that pop, guys. Look at that. Look at that pop. Look at that pop. Sheesh. Marius, I think that's your name. This is your invite link at the bottom of the chat. So click that link. Click that link and follow the steps in the Getting Started channel in Discord. Okay. Okay, that's a really nice pop, isn't it? Yeah, some of these names have been really, really nice today. Really nice. Can I click the link? You may. It's just gonna take you to Discord. Marius, click this link at the bottom of the chat from the Hot Rates account and follow the instructions in the Getting Started channel. Alrighty, that's it. That's all you have to do. Cool. But what a beauty this one's. What a letdown. What a beauty this one's been today, though. Like, look at that. Do you guys see why we like the 200 EMA so much? Like, look at this beauty. How many times do we need to bounce above the 200 EMA before you love the stock? How many times do we have to do it? Look at that. 200 EMA bounce once, again, again, again. My goodness, guys. Goodness. Jesus Christ on a motorbike. Beautiful, isn't it? So nice run. Nice higher lows. So again, when we come up with rules because we see things like this, right? We're like, hey, damn, how come we keep bouncing up the 200 EMA, right? There's gonna be a time where you try it and it doesn't work, and it's not a problem. Like, it's really not personal, right? So for example, like if you saw the stock consolidating right above the 200 EMA and you're like, okay, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna take it. Why? Because I've seen this happen in the past, and you set a stop loss below and it hits, that's fine, right? That's completely okay. Why? Like, cost of doing business. It is personal. Right? It's the cost of doing business, right? Like, we're finding some support. It usually works. If it doesn't work, it's okay. You want to know how much you lose? You lose this much. If you win that much, right? Does it seem like something that's worth it? Hell yeah, right? Hell yeah. So it's gonna work sometimes, it's not gonna work other times, but you do it because, like, you know that the losses are gonna be smaller, the wins are gonna be bigger, right? Buru just said halted again. It was halted the whole time, wasn't it? Yeah, that's a good breakout. I like that chart, Goldie. Very nice chart. Good job. Yeah, very nice break of trend there. Love it. So it looks like we're stalling at 1720, which again, we knew 1720 was the next problem, right? And it's halted down now. So again, in order for this thing to cook, we need to break that 1720. Needs to break through that 1720. Alrighty? Has to break through that 1720. Banana bread at work? Hell yeah. That sounds fun. Sounds amazing, Spikes. Who's having banana bread? Is it you, Spikes? Unbelievable. Some of you, I just need to, you know, I couldn't sort and entry just went but my order couldn't. But then that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Oh, I see. I see. I mean, that's what Dan does at work all the time, anyways. He shows up to work and pretends to work, you know. Meanwhile, he's eating all day. Eating all day. Okay, so this one looks good. We're waiting for the on hold, but so does this on the retest, right? So 35-cent retest. That's why he's the goat. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Okay. Red. Yeah. Chris, what's your position in Hura? What's your position? Let me know. 33.47. Okay, let's see. Let us see. Alrighty. So again, really important. I don't think we're going to be done watching this thing just because of that super low float, and anytime soon. So I think, for now, if we do dip, let's see if we could dip and maybe retest this level. If not, we need to break that 17. You can kind of see how volatile these candles are, right? That's that low float coming into play now. So again, I'd be watching for that 17-20, or if you've made some nice monies on this, which most of you guys have already, because this has been a pretty nice run already, right? A 70% run, we'll take it, right? So for now, maybe just set some alerts for closer to the top or closer to the bottom. But we're definitely going to be watching this thing all day and probably scalping it all day, unless something bad happens, which it could, right? So we'll keep a close eye on that. Like I said, for QNCX, that's just a retest of 35 cents for now, and then let's see if we can push back through that supply zone. If not, that's okay too. But yeah, so those are the two main names to be watching for now. SMX is showing a lot of weakness, so there's nothing to see there. JZXN doesn't look bad, but you're kind of stalling a mini double top, so it kind of looks like a cup and handle, doesn't it? But either way, you're stalling. You're stalling below 255, so you do need to break out, and then 280 next resistance. Cool. PHIO, this one's been fun today, right? We've liked the stock. The downside is that it just isn't able to break out. The demand zones are nice. The supply zones are kind of annoying, huh? Right. So it's still okay for scalps, right? Some of you have been scalping this over and over and over again, so that's fine. Okay, back to FGL because we need some new boomskis. Come on. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. We don't mind, like honestly, don't mind. Don't mind at all. So again, I still like all of the names we're watching. Maybe not SMX, but SMX has a history of going down and going back up. So all of these names are still good to me, right? All of them include, again, obviously this one, PHIO, right? So this thing looks like if it doesn't break below $1.20, we will at some point today we might see that retest of 145, right? So we're obviously keeping an eye on it for some scalpies. So we're creating a bit of a downtrend now. We're kind of T-rexing on FGL, which is annoying. But again, you had the time to take some gains though. If you bought this thing on a breakout, right? We talked about the breakout, right? So either any of these breakouts or like closer to $9 or $10, you made some nice monies and you had the time to take the gains. So there's nothing wrong with that, you know. So now we're retesting, which we usually do, right? 9 out of 10 times when we break out, we go for that retest. So watch that view up there or watch that 1340. Yeah, the spread is still 30 cents. It's better than it was before, but still not the nicest spread. Give us some boomskis. Is that a cup and handle on JZXN? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Doesn't really change anything though because that resistance is still there, right? If you can start getting some candles closing above 250, then you might have that opportunity for 280. But yeah, so that's the downside to like some of these patterns is like yeah you can see them, but doesn't change the fact that like the basics is still support and resistance, right? Support and resistance. If we go back to QNCX, it looks like we look at that beautiful retest, guys. Isn't that perfection? Isn't that technical analysis heaven? When a chart is so strong on an uptrend and it's just coming back to retest the breakout, like look at that, right? Obviously, this is resistance. Obviously, that's a breakout, and then the retest, and then boom skis. So that is beautifulness, perfectionnessness. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding QNCX. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding this one, because this has been nice. Your next wall is going to be 40 cents. And honestly, I don't know how strong that level is. Doesn't look that much of a. It doesn't even look like a problem. See, love it. Focus, congratulations, Yang. Good job. Desmond, good job. Nancy, cooking, Nancy. Good job. Well done. Let's go, CM. Yeah. Go. Good job. Steph, well done. Steph, when are you going to become a member? You want me to find you first? 28 cents. Good job. Yeah, so 40 cents is going to be your next mini obstacle there. But again, another really good chart, right? Like with the higher lows, especially. A higher low. Winterfell? Good. I like it. I like it. Okay, I'm just looking at some of these yeah. Cook. Give us a breakout. Sky Guy? Love it. Well done, Rodney. No, actually, you're welcome. Absolutely. Do. Give us that 40-cent breakout. The 40-cent breakout. And then we can go from there. FGL is still playing with that $15 area, which we don't mind. We don't mind. Mm. BURU is unhalted. BURU is unhalted. Unique is just renewing the membership. Welcome back, Unique. I don't know what the news was. I honestly don't care. It doesn't look that amazing, does it? If the stock is falling like that, which honestly we expected worse. Expected worse, you know. So it said news pending, and no news came out. It just unhalted. ah. Hmm. ah. 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 Oh, okay. Yeah, restructuring, eliminating approximately $8.4 million of. Okay, yeah, it deserves to go to the abyss. Yeah, look at that thing fall like a rock. Surprise! To the abyss is right. Anyways, surprise, surprise. Not really. Okay, back to QNCX. Yeah, QNCX is testing that 40-cent resistance and breaking through. Oof! What a gem, guys. What a gem. 43 cents. What a gem. What a gem. Today's been a good day with, like, the names we liked from the very beginning, huh? Very good. Gordy or stubborn? As long as you make money, so I'm okay with that. You're still holding, Keith? Congratulations. Right? Again, I think you should be scaling out of the position. Ready? I think you should be scaling out of that position. So I think you should be scaling out of that position. Make sure you're securing some gains because I don't think you have at all. Don't think you have at all. Uh, Interesting. Okay. Do, 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 do. Shouldn't it be halted? No, it's a penny stock. Look at that. Look at this garbage, guys. Again, like we're not really surprised. We thought the stock was gonna get delisted or something. I mean, this is pretty close to bankruptcy, isn't it? Yeah, that thing initially was down 4%, and we were like, "How is it only down 4%?" Well, now it's down 22%. Yeah, no, penny stocks don't get halted. Micro penny stocks. Once you cross about 50 cents, 75 cents, then yeah, you can get halted. But at this price, no. Minus 25%. I don't know why we're looking at this. We just like to see chaos. Nobody's really holding this. This isn't something that we really played with. This is just we're just watching this to see the crash because it looks nice to see it. Hopefully, no one's in this. We shouldn't be in this in the first place. Na, 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 na. Alrighty, maybe a bounce of 10 cents if anybody's taking a gamble, but I don't think we really care. Looks like someone bought a lot. Yeah. Yep. FGL is still just chilling around that $15. Just chilling, chilling like a villain. Yeah, Raven's always scalping that though. I don't think Raven's holding that. Raven's very good at putting stop losses as well. So very good at putting stop losses. Anyway, so FGL still looks good to me, and QNCX looks good. We are stalling though, right? Again, keep in mind, Keith, you have like 27,000 shares or something, so you can always scale out like 5,000 shares at a time. Whatever number makes sense to you, right? You don't have to sell the whole position or wait for the exact price. Alrighty, you don't have to wait for the because trying to pick out that exact number where like it's the exact top and you're happy with it is very difficult. Very, very difficult. Is it going on the zero? Probably not. If it can hold 10 cents, probably not. It looks like someone's buying the dipskis. Yeah, so people tend to gamble close to 10 cents, and then you get a dead cat bounce. So yeah, as long as it stays above 10 cents, it's yeah. That thing said, "Hey, don't worry about me. I'm gonna bounce. Don't you worry about me." Mini bouncy. So we're still doing okay there. Looks like the markets. What did you sell your position, Dan? It looks like Spies bouncing nicely there, which is nice. We need to get back to those highs, get back to all-time highs. Get back to all-time highs. Yeah, so there goes your stall for QNCX and a bit of a drop, right, Keith? So again, really important that you scale out. You're still long. Nice, Dan. Very nice. Hopefully you can keep pushing. Push, 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 push. Push, push, push. Yeah, I went to the so there goes FGL. Like I said, we're not done with the stock yet. Are we done? Hell no. Why? Because what reason do we have to be done with it? What reason? Which one, guys? So we're pushing back for $16 here on FGL. Nancy says, no, we're not done. We're not done. We are not done. So nice little curlies there. The most important thing is the breakout, though. The most important. Stop is at 13. Oh, wow. Good job. Good job, Winterfell. Yeah. That's too low, right? Nope. Jeff, no, we haven't. If FGL keeps going, then definitely something to keep an eye on. Definitely something to keep an eye on. But yeah, no, I went to the gym yesterday, because I was trying to go get a workout. I was actually planning on doing a really good workout, Um, one of those workouts where you're like, okay, I want to test how quickly I can run 5 kilometers. And yeah, that was the plan. I was ready. I was rested. I had my vitamins, some water, all the things. And then I went to the gym, and the gym was closed. And they're like, we lost power. We don't know when it's gonna come back. Are you kidding me? Really? So now I can't go to the gym for 3 days because the gym is broken. Dan, unbelievable, unbelievable is all I have to say. And then he saw the cookie store and turned around into the parking lot. No, don't listen to Jeff. Nice 9 EMA hold on QNCX here. A very nice 9 EMA hold. Woof! There it goes again. Sheesh. Beautiful. This stock has been so nice today. So nice. So nice. That's not what I wanted. So nice, guys. Congratulations if you're still in this one. This has been good. Uh, Okay, there we go. So 44 pennies. See, I told you they wanted me to get out. Yep, just me. It's all about the drive. Really, Dan? You can? You know what? One of these days, one of these days, do you run outside in the cold, Dan? Huh? Or do you hide inside and with a blanket? Unbelievable. All these excuses. Uh, yeah, 45 pennies. You can tell though with FGL, we're still stalling in that supply zone. So you want to be careful there, but yeah, so that 16 level, if we can clear that level, then you're looking for that 1720 again. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding a QNCX. A press briefing. Can you tell Trump to we really don't need the chaos today, Caitlin. We don't need him today. We need him to just stay quiet. Yeah. No, you've done really well, Keith. Good job. Yeah. Congratulations. How green are you right now? No, Dan. I wanted to run. I wanted to it was cardio day. Yes. I can't do push-ups or dips. Planks, yeah. You're just soft. uh, I can't really do anything that, requires me using my left hand in a circuit and it's a good cardio. I agree. I agree. But I can't do half of those though. Up 90%, up $6,000. Well done, Keith. Congrats. Well done. When are you planning on taking some gains? When are you planning on securing some monies? Unbelievable. Okay, let me look at my calendar here. Mm, Calendar. Here we go. 46. Okay. 46 pennies. 27. Brings joy to me, roasting ways. It's my new daily goal till I'm back in Discord. I know even when you're back, it's still you want your favorite thing to do. USA Steel. 50 cents. Yeah, I mean you're pretty damn close. Like you hit 47 almost, right? That extra 3 cents. If you're not scaling out of that position and we crash from there, Keith, you're gonna have some regrets. Alrighty, just remember that, right? Three extra cents, right? And you're not scaling out isn't yeah. Anyways, Tim, give me a high five. Well done. Like I told you, I expect better from you. I expect better. Okay? Yeah. Let's go. Congratulations, Tim. Good job. Be okay. Give me a high five as well. Daily goal complete. Well done. High five. Look at this. Jeff. Oh my days. Even Jeff, guys. High five. My goodness. Jeff's daily goal is anyways. Jeff's daily goal is to is to bring lunch to work, you know? Let's go, Raven. Yeah, no, today's been a good day. Yeah, today's been a good day. We've had some nice consistent stonks, which is what we ask for most days, you know. Yeah, congratulations. Oh, I see, Jeff. I see. Yeah, again, so FGL, most likely a watch into the after hours if it doesn't crash or they don't drop offering. Now that the stock is pumped a little bit, like we've gone up 70% from like, the $10 level. So I wonder if they're gonna drop an offering. I hope not. Right. So just be careful with this, please. Right. Don't get too greedy. Um, Yeah, and if you're gonna play with this after hours, make sure that it's performing. You're not just diamond handing and hoping, right? Yeah, please and thank you, Jeff. What are you having for lunch? Let's play. Okay. Yeah, QQQ is done. Okay, but then QQQ. Baked ziti. What's a ziti? A ziti. It does sound delicious, though. I don't know what it is, but it sounds delicious. A ziti. Now I almost want to Google it. That looks like yeah, that looks good. That looks very nice. I do not, Caitlin. I do not. Don't laugh. It's not funny. I do not. Oh, that looks delicious. That looks delicious. My goodness. Yeah, that looks amazing. Especially when like the cheese is crusted at the top, ZT. Okay, yeah, that looks amazing. See what I mean? Like this is Jeff's daily mission in life, to eat, nothing else. That looks amazing. Shish. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Why? Cause I want that. Looks good. Okay. Mm. Okay. There we go. Can we move on now? Stop staring at Jeff's food. I just like eating it, Dan, Yeah. It looks like a shepherd's pie though, except, huge difference. Yeah. I like stuff like that. Very homey stuff. Very homey stuff. Yeah, no, for now we're holding the view up really nicely. There's a good pivot to about 1450 on FGL. So clearly this thing is just consolidating for now. If the volume can kick in at some point, that would be nice. So I don't mind that at all. Jeff, can you even cook? Can you cook? All you can do is kill chickens. That's it. Send me the recipe, Jeff. Send me the recipe. Yeah. 1540. There we go. We're getting a nice little curly there. A nice little curly. Just needs that volume to come through. Just needs the volume to come through. I haven't been. No. Eddie, are you kidding me? So I have a one-on-one with Eddie, right? Eddie lives in Asia. Eddie's like, I haven't traded today. I got summoned by to drink tonight by my wife, and I just got home. I think I had a bottle of sake and a quarter bottle of whiskey. Are you kidding me? He's like, I'm ready for the one-on-one. Are you who? What? uh, we're gonna be having drunk one-on-ones. That's how I trade. Uh, I'm actually a great chef, but my I know my role. I just wait for dinner to be done, then I try to Jeff, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Do, 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 do. Well, Eddie, let me know, okay? We'll figure it out. Anyway, so there goes FGL. So we're bouncing really nicely off that demand zone off the bottom here. So I like the consolidation. I like the support. We just need the breakthrough. We need the boom skis. No gym needed. Judging by the amount of kids still, Dan, are we really surprised? Does Jeff need to go to the gym? Not really. Not really. Not really. Let me take a look at Mara really quickly. I just want to see what the chart looks like here. I hate when these daily charts take forever to switch over. Kind of annoying. So again, FGL looks amazing. Spread is annoying, but looks good, right? So really nice bottom there. I just wanted to see what this looks like. That's the okay. So again, FGL is looking very nice and curly. Look at this. Are we done with this, guys? Why the hell would we be done with this? Why the hell would we be done with this, guys? Why? Why? Look at that beautiful demand zone. Look, not a demand zone, sorry. Look at that beautiful support at 1450 and look at the curl. We're back to the top. Why the hell would we be done with this? Now we just need the boom skis. We just need the thrusties. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, Eddie, I'm just gonna be late, because but other than that, yeah. You rat me out of our stop loss and then tells her I'm making all the extra monies. Jeff, did she ask you about the money you were making? uh, yes, good. That's what you get for all the roasting. That's what you get. That's what you get. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, no, definitely. I think again we just have that resistance at 17, 1720, right? So people are going to be taking profits at the resistance because it is resistance and the supply zone. But I think it's giving us reasons to keep paying attention to it for the rest of the day and potentially after hours. So as long as it doesn't break down and as long as they don't drop an offering, because as soon as they do that, the stock is going to zero. So yeah. So again, for now we're holding the range beautifully. We just need to break out. Let me take a look at coin again here. Hmm. Do, 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 do. Okay. Mm-mm. Yeah, coin. I mean, it's bounced off a triple bottom. Like it's a good level. QNCX is just obviously we hit the like almost 47, and then now you're almost retesting 40 cents, which is not. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Yes, yes. And there goes another bounce. Again, we said this in the morning because people were complaining about the float on this, right? When a stock is below 50 cents, it's at 20 cents, 30 cents, the float doesn't mean anything whatsoever. You can't be looking at the float, right? That float is 50 million. Cool. Why do we not care? We don't care because look at the volume. The volume is 950 million, right? Do the math. Doesn't really mean anything, right? There's not a, when the volume comes in, it doesn't mean anything, especially for penny stocks. So, uh, if it was a 50 million, like $5 stock, then yeah, okay, we have, you're not gonna get a big move on that. When it's a 50 million, penny stock, then you're gonna get some attention if it's behaving. And what? Okay. So again, FGL is doing what we like for it to do, other than, except for the breakout. That's all that's left. That's where the thrust party begins. And what? And thrust. And what? And thrust. Go, 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 go. Anyways, a little, yeah, it's trying. It's really annoying, but it's it's not dead, Caitlin. It's trying. So as long as it stays above that $1.20, there's still that potential that at some point today this thing will pop. At some point today. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Love it. My gains are all in the until opens open his mouth. My account is being drained. My kitchen remodel. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. This is why you don't bring your wives to the stream. Yeah, you don't bring your wives to the streams. That's what happens. That's funny. Unbelievable. Really? Wow. So your wife saw the gains in your account and she's like, "Okay, time to remodel the kitchen." Really? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? There's no wives to. Yeah, exactly, Raven. Really? Wow. Can't believe that. Bring your wife, Jeff. You both of you need to be roasted. Both of you. No, Trump and I are not friends anymore. Yeah, he yaps too much. Do, 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 do. Mm, mm, mm. SMX is back above $16 at least, right? So this thing has that history of coming back. So some good little scalpies there. SMX, not SMX, QNCX, you're still going to be watching that 40 cents. And then we need the breakout on this one here. I like the way it's holding up. And then, hey Aaron, did Jeff tell you how much money he's making? Ah. No. So Jeff, you kept telling me how, oh, I need to tell my wife to confirm that we need to get a membership, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, you are making monies. Really? Meanwhile, you're making money. So then I'm like, okay, does your wife really know how much money you're making? If she's like, oh, we can't do a $50. Does she know? It's like, you know what? This is my chance. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. Jeff is like on a nice vacation trying to get a shout out, then disaster. Hey, you guys went skiing. You guys went skiing. Unbelievable. See, your wife likes to spend monies. I can see how. Anyways, spending money on ski trips, kitchen remodeling, hockey sticks. Yet you don't want to invest in. Your wife doesn't want to invest in dividends that give you monies back. She's gonna take all the monies out. I mean, I guess a kitchen, is an asset. Tell your wife she doesn't like nice things. Uh, anyways. Don't worry, Jeff. Next time I won't say anything. Next time I'll roast her instead. Just like we roast Caitlin. When Steve is here, we like Steve. But then we roast Caitlin instead. Steve is Caitlin's husband. So yeah. Because we know Caitlin's is the chaos one. Um, don't worry, Jeff. Next time we'll fix it, okay? Okay, can we get some volume here? Ah, $1.13. $1.13. Okay. Looks like the markets are kind of neutral as well. Uh, Rates near neutral. Cut may not be needed. Fed's Logan, Lori Logan. Policies close to neutral and blah 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 blah. Did you guys see the little clip where Trump was saying that nominating Wash was a mistake? Did you guys see that? I thought that was pretty stupid. I thought that was so stupid, and anyways, and most likely not true. I don't believe that for 1 second. Don't listen to Jeff Kevin. Just ignore him. Don't listen to him. Jason, yeah, no, we stayed a little bit longer today because we wanted some boom skis. Let me know if you can. I mean, this doesn't really. I think it's been deleted. Someone deleted it. I don't know if the yeah. So the clip has been deleted. Yeah. No, I just thought it was silly, and I think I don't know if I believe that for 1 second though. Right? How do you do research and then you nominate someone for the Fed chair, right? And then you're like, oh, that was a mistake. Um, do you guys remember how much of a market dip we got when he said that? So I don't know. I don't really buy that. I think they definitely did something there, almost like they tested the market. Yeah, Yang. I think they knew exactly what they were doing. Six. Okay. Yep. Alex, you got scalped on AZI? No, 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 no. Yeah. That's why it's really important, though, Alex, to have those stop losses. Really important. Seems really simple, but really important. Very simple, but important. We're gonna hop off in the next 5 minutes or so, guys, so I can get some, some one-on-ones done. So we'll hop off in like 5 minutes or so. But we'll continue watching these names in Discord. So again, if you haven't smashed a like yet, I would really appreciate that. Take a second and smash a like. Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat. Ready? Yeah, Alex. Yeah, use those stop losses, please. Also, come join us in Discord, right? Because we were talking about that this morning. Come join us. You're losing a lot of monies when you could be getting the right education. So why is my yeah? So again, we definitely still like FGL going into the close as long as they don't do anything fishy. And as long as it stays above that 1450-ish. You can see that we broke out, right? We obviously broke out. So we spent a lot of time earlier consolidating in this range, then broke out, and now it's consolidating in a brand new range. So, if this is something you're watching, two things. You needed to hold this bottom or you needed to break above the top side. Alrighty? Yeah. A Rolls Royce. A Scamdo Dan. That's annoying. Where did you put your stop loss? Jason? That was the first time. It's the first time I said it. Today at least. EVGN warrant, blah 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 blah. Okay. Trump says he might send second courier to strike Iran if talks fail. That's because Trump is yapping. See, we told you, Trump is just doing too much. As soon as he opens his mouth, the markets go to the abyss. Anyways, FGL is going back up again, so we like this one going into the end of the day. Yeah, but again, my issue though, Alex, is you're losing a lot more money though, right? So it doesn't really, So when you're busy like that, you need a community to fall back on. So like the ideas are clearer. You can see what people are playing with rather than just jumping in at the highs and losing money, right? When you're busy, you almost need to do the opposite of what you're doing. Yeah. Alrighty. Some education in Discord. Is there a specific place that would help me become profitable? Yeah, the new trader education section. Start from the bottom, from the top to the bottom. All of that stuff is very important for you, Red. Righty. So take your time. The markets are not going anywhere. Take your time and learn that stuff. Ready? Yeah, you can, Alex. There's a scanner in Discord. It sends you alerts for what's moving. Right? Like the voice scanner. So yeah, again, smash a like if you haven't already, and if you want to join us in Discord, click this link at the bottom from Nightbot. Just make sure you don't sign up for any of the levels that don't say, that say sold out already. So the Legend or the Legend Pro level or the levels. No, 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 no. Craziness. Canada and the US just need to make deals and start working together rather than creating chaos. They just need to work together. That's it. What's the best broker to use in the UK? Interactive Brokers or Weibo. One of those two. DC. Not DC, Swami. Have a good rest of the day as well, DC. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Did you see the Super Bowl 50 cents? I saw the I saw the Super Bowl. Like I wasn't watching, but I saw someone posted it on social media, I guess. So I saw the ad. I wasn't watching the Super Bowl though. I wasn't watching the Super Bowl. I was busy looking at charts and watching a show. I saw another video where people were like, "Oh, what's the biggest? Which one's better? What's the biggest event in the world? Is it the Super Bowl or is it the World Cup?" And then people were like, "The Super Bowl." I'm like, are you kidding me? Really? You think the Super Bowl is bigger than the World Cup? You think so? You really think so? Really? Don't think so. Yep. Yep. Exactly, Virus. I mean, they're just football fans, though. So that's the sport, right? So of course, to them, that's bigger than the World Cup. Yeah, I know exactly. That's the funny part, right? Like, okay, you watch the Super Bowl. There's 200 million people watching the game, right? The last game between so Liverpool and Manchester City, 700 million people watched that. 700 million. That's just a regular. That's just a regular, you know, Premier League game, right? Between two of the bigger clubs. Now think about the World Cup, right? Think about the World Cup final. Crazy. Frank? Yeah, exactly. Out of the state to refuse to learn about the world. Yeah, it's so crazy. Street. Yeah, crazy, crazy. That's okay though. It's just sports, and it's completely okay. I also saw another video of people paying someone was asking people how much they paid for like the Super Bowl tickets, and people were like, "Oh, I paid $10,000 for this ticket. $5,000 for a ticket, $20,000 for this ticket." I mean, the World Cup tickets are as expensive, but my goodness, why they're so expensive? Looking at okay. Anyways, let me know if you have any last questions, guys, and then we're gonna hop off and continue in Discord. Alrighty. Let me know if you have any last questions, and we'll hop off. Not football. Yes, you do, Kimbella. Football with a U is better. Yeah, that's a nice pop on EVMN, isn't it? That's a really nice pop. Yeah, back into the supply zone there. EVMN. Yeah, that's a really nice push. So market open retest level there. So $30 push. Not bad. But again, yeah, let me know if you have any last questions, guys, and then we will continue in Discord. I know, Virus. I'm going to be watching that very closely. CM, see you in Discord. Uh, thank you very much. Just a mom. Thank you. Uh, and wanted to follow on X. You have it spelled wrong on the screen. Thank you for the follow. What do I have spelled wrong? Like the name, maybe. Oh, I do actually. I do. I think it's because we changed something, but it was never updated. Thank you very much, actually. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Uh, thank you very much. Yeah. See you in Discord, Tim. Jeff, bye for now. Bye, Ross. See you tonight because it's going to be interesting. Uh, yeah. This whole time, no, not the ticker. It's one of the things like on the stream, like at the top. Yeah, no, nothing to do with the actual markets. Yeah, with a new pro platform, they need to bring us some pre IPOs SB. Yeah, no, EVFM looks good. You just have that double top at $30, right? So just be careful. Alrighty, guys, we're gonna leave it here for the day. Again, reminder that we won't be on Thursday morning, right? Thursday morning we're gonna be in Discord instead, and then we're gonna be back on Friday. But tomorrow we'll be back. Alrighty, just because someone has an appointment, so yeah. So, but yeah, we'll be in Discord for every all of the chaos as usual. User Dan, bye for now. Much love, everybody. See you, Diddy. uh, yeah, someone virus. Yeah, no. Me, someone as in me. Yeah. So I have an appointment, so I won't be here. And it's weird to stream for like 30 minutes and then get off and go to an appointment and then come back for another 30 minutes. So we're just going to be in Discord. Again, if you want to join us in Discord, click this link at the bottom of the chat, Gian, Carlo. Sign up for the level that says Legend or Legend Pro or something like that, not the sold out levels. Yeah, I thought someone else. No. Bye, Caitlin. Bye. See you in Discord. If you do become a member when the stream is done, your Discord invite link should be in the community section on YouTube, or just send me an email. Email is hottradesx@gmail. Alrighty. Again, much love, everybody. Be safe. We don't watch Super Bowl in New Zealand. Yeah, only the Americans, and the Canadians. Yeah, good job, Andy. Well done. Good job. Good job. Good job. Well done. Yeah, I like that. Expectations are high, Andy. You better cook. Keep cooking, please. Okay, we're gonna leave it there. Bye, everybody. Good day, Daryl. See you in Discord. and them. Virus. See you tonight when the chaos begins. Bye, guys.